This organization, the Honorable Judge will present.
Please have a seat. Good morning.
Judge, may we approach the schedule?
This is good.
Your eyes will adjourn.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Good morning. We continue today the examination of witness Raimundo Garcia. Good morning, sir. You remain under oath. Please pull up the chair and tell us when you're ready. Mr. Boggs is your witness.
Thank you. And I apologize, Judge. I have a cough drop in my mouth. I apologize to counsel. And I believe where we left off, thank you for, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here again. I believe where we left off, defense exhibit number 11, Detective Garcia, you were looking at that. That is a page from what is a state exhibit and what is Grizelda's application for child support. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I think I went through a very convoluted way of indicating that it's dated February 1st of 2018. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is that a true and accurate representation of a page of the application that you collected?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time I'd ask that Defendant's Exhibit 11 be admitted into evidence.
Any objections to 11? Defense 11.
No objection.
Admitted.
Thank you, sir. So, and I believe we indicated yesterday that in that application, Grizelda identified this man as Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles. Is that correct?
That's correct. Ronald A. Burgos-Aviles.
And so it would seem for at least 2 months before she was killed that she knew that this man, that the father of her child's name was Ronald Burgos-Aviles, correct?
Correct.
And so if her family said that she'd identified him as Anthony, that was because she didn't tell her family all of the information. Is that correct? Or could you infer that?
Yes, you could.
Right. Because she knew him on Facebook Messenger, as you've described, for a long time as Roro.
Correct.
Judge, if I could have just one moment. Thank you for your patience, and I have passed the witness.
Any redirect?
Yes, just a few items. Geographically, where did this crime occur? Where was the crime scene located?
The crime scene was located by the Father Magnanville Park, which is close to the riverbanks,
And what's across from the riverbanks?
Mexico.
Okay. And in your experience, is cell phone signals interrupted when you're on the riverbanks?
From my experiences, yes.
Okay. Yesterday, Mr. Boggs was asking you that Mr. Burgos was insisting or recommending that Dominic be taken to SA or something tomorrow. Do you remember that questioning?
Yes, I do.
How long have you been a police officer?
Approximately 19 years.
And you began to explain to him when he was pushing you or asking you the questions about Mr. Burgos being the one recommending medical attention to Dominic. Is that an uncommon phenomenon or uncommon technique, or is it something that you've seen before, where a perpetrator seeks medical attention for a victim?
Yes, I have.
In what circumstances?
In domestic violence cases, where the husband would assault the victim, and they'll take the victim to the hospital, but they're always in control. They have that intimidation factor, and from my experiences, it's because they want to sort of deflect suspicion from themselves.
What about in cases of child abuse?
In cases in child abuse, so there's instances where children will come into the hospital with grave injuries, brain injuries, even retina detached injuries, where the parents will bring them in, and they use the excuse the baby fell from the bed, baby fell from the couch. And again, it's the same thing. I mean, I think doctors will know. I don't know if you have children, but I do have children, and they have fallen from the bed, and they don't get injuries like that.
So in those cases, the scientific evidence, the MRI, the CT scan, refutes the explanation given by the parent.
Yes. So again, I mean, it's the parents trying to deflect law enforcement from suspicion on them.
Judge,
Okay.
objection, we're far afield.
He opened the door to he precisely asked that
Let's move on.
question. That's all I have. That's all I have.
Any other questions?
If we could leave that exhibit on the
Sure.
projector. So, on redirect examination, you said that in domestic violence situations, the abuser takes the abused and most of the time it is the husband and or a male is the abuser and a female is the abused. Is that correct?
Yes, most of the times.
And the abuser wants control over the situation. Did I understand you correctly?
Correct.
And so the abuser will take the abused to the hospital, correct? That was the example that you gave?
Correct.
And they stay at the hospital in order to control the situation, correct?
Correct.
Because it's the control is the key point, correct?
That's correct.
And you gave another example when asked by the district attorney about child abuse. Parents take the abused child to the hospital and then they lie about what happened, correct?
Correct.
And they stay with the child as the parent in order to control the situation, correct?
Correct.
Now, in this example, Mr. Burgos-Aviles, and let's be clear, he's convicted of killing both Grizelda and Dominic some 2 weeks later. Everyone knows that, right?
Correct. Yes.
Now, however, in this situation, he suggests to Grizelda to take Dominic to San Antonio, correct?
That's correct.
And he doesn't say, I will take Dominic to San Antonio, does he?
No.
Okay. He doesn't say, I will take Dominic to the hospital and get it checked out, does he?
No, he doesn't.
Okay. And so it looks like in this message, your example about controlling the situation doesn't apply. Wouldn't you agree with that, Detective?
I think it does, given the what we know now. Okay. He killed somebody, and he tried to deflect law enforcement by pretending that by reporting it. I found the body.
So it's only in that retrospective that you're able to sort of try to reconstruct a story around this earlier incident. Am I understanding you correctly, Detective?
Yes.
But this message here doesn't indicate trying to establish control, does it?
I think it does.
Okay. All right. But he's not saying he's going to be present at the hospital, correct?
He's not saying that.
Okay. And the example you gave about the parents who come and say, oh, my child fell from the bed, they were lying, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Now, this message that the district attorney pointed out, and he did it the first time you testified as well, you know he can get necrosis, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, that's not a lie, right? It's not a lie like, oh, he fell from the bed, is it?
No.
So your examples that you just gave the district attorney about child abuse and about spousal abuse really have nothing to do with these messages, do they?
No. But okay.
I'd pass the witness.
All right.
You were going to say something, but what?
So these messages, remember that they were sent on the 25th, and he was set to go to he had a meeting with the child support, I believe on the 27th. So from what I get from these messages is he's trying to deflect Grizelda from, or getting Grizelda to take him to San Antonio. That way he wouldn't have to go to that meeting.
Okay. Now, would you say you solved the crime in this case?
I would say yes.
And you're using all the evidence in your investigation to put the pieces together?
Correct.
Do you know when the first time in Dominic's life Burgos decided to see him, how old he was for the first time?
How old he was?
How old was Dominic?
About the 1 year old and months.
18 months old.
18 months old.
For the first time in 18 months, do you know where he saw his son?
The first time he saw his son on the 25th of March at the Winfield Park.
And who set up that meeting?
Ronald Anthony Burgos.
And that meeting was set up before what?
Before Dominic's injury.
And what was going to happen after that meeting?
The meeting with the child support.
Who chose the location and where to meet Dominic?
Ronald Anthony Burgos.
And that location was outside at a park.
Outside at a park, yes, correct.
And what was the conclusion of the injury at that time, being outside in the park, that Grizelda thought caused that injury?
Objection, Your Honor, this is cumulative. Just
No, it goes to control. He controlled it, the whole environment. He opened the door.
I think it's gone way beyond the scope of recross, redirect, and then the other redirect.
I'll wrap it up.
Yeah, wrap it up, please.
That injury was thought to have been caused by what?
A spider bite.
Spider bite. In the final meeting on April the 9th, who was in control?
Ronald Anthony Burgos.
The investigation that Grizelda and her friend Adriana launched to find out where he lived, where he worked, who his wife was, his address. Do you know when that started?
I believe that started back in January
Okay.
of 2018.
Of 2018. Okay. No further questions.
Detective, you testified that the meeting at Winfield Park occurred on March 25th of 2018, correct?
Correct.
And as a part of your investigation, you spoke to Ms. Adriana Flores, correct?
I didn't speak to her, but our investigators did.
Okay. You oversaw the investigation.
Yes.
That, spoke to her. And you were aware as a part of your investigation that she was the best friend of Grizelda Hernandez, correct?
Correct.
Matter of fact, you just referenced her, or the district attorney referenced her in the question about when they started investigating Mr. Burgos-Aviles. Is that
Correct.
right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you, as a part of your investigation, or your team, collected text messages from Adriana and Grizelda, correct?
That's correct.
And you know that the night before the Bad Bunny concert, which occurred on March 25th, that Grizelda said she'd been up all night with Dominic, correct?
I believe so, yes.
That was because Dominic was sick and coughing the entire night before the first time Mr. Burgos-Aviles saw his child, correct?
Yes.
I passed the witness.
Were you also aware that Adriana Flores' baby, Aaron, also had a cough and was up all night?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Mr. Dr. Detective, you may step down and go about your business. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Call your next witness, Mr.
Jose Luis Macias, yeah.
Jose Macias. Macias, come right over here.
Judge, may we approach?
Okay. Let me swear him in real quick.
Sure.
You raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please have a seat over here, sir. Approach.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I'll ask you to make sure your mic is on and speak loudly so the court reporter can get your responses.
Yes, sir.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
My name is Jose Luis Macias.
Mr. Macias, how are you employed?
I work for the Webb County Jail as a mental health specialist.
Okay, and how long have you been working for the Webb County Sheriff's Office?
13 years and 8 months.
Okay. And how did you become the mental health specialist?
Before working at the Webb County Jail, I was working at Border Region Behavioral Health Center as a crisis intervention worker and as an intake worker, as a jail diversion worker.
So you started at the local
Mental Health Authority in Laredo.
okay, the mental health services in Laredo, which is now Border Region.
Correct, which is Border Region.
And what is your educational background in?
Bachelor's in criminal justice, minor in psychology, and a master's in public administration.
Okay. Now, what does a mental health specialist do? If you can tell the truth.
There at Webb County Jail, what we do as a mental health specialist, what you do is you conduct daily assessments on individuals that come to the jail that complain of mental health services, or they have history, or they reported something related to mental health when they arrive to the jail.
Now, when they arrive to the jail, is that somebody who perhaps has just recently been arrested?
Correct. That's what I mean by that, yes.
Okay, so when they're arrested, they come into your custody, correct?
Correct.
And then you conduct an assessment of the person.
Right.
And
Firstly,
what is the purpose that when they come in there that you're conducting this assessment?
the purpose is to find out if they need further evaluation, if they actually need mental health services, which means medication inside the jail. And by that, we do it through our Webb County Jail psychiatrist, Dr. Mero Sanchez. If we see, based on our assessment, that somebody needs further evaluation, we refer them to either a psychiatrist or Border Region, which is another option.
And is this something that's required under the law by policy? Or?
Correct, by the state, by the Texas Commission, yes, of jail
Texas-
standards.
So under the Texas Jail Standards, the Texas Jail Commission, you're required to make an assessment of the inmate as he comes in, correct?
The jail is supposed to do that, yes.
So walk us through when somebody comes in. What do you do in order to make your initial assessment? Tell
Well,
us.
first of all, when somebody comes to the jail, obviously they get screened first by the nurse, and the nurse uses some of the state forms that we have, that the state provides, and in there's a lot of questions regarding mental health. Questions like if you have history of mental health, if you've been on treatment regarding mental health, if you have attempted suicide in the past, if you have suicidal thoughts, if you have psychosis, if you have hallucinations, just probably I can't finish right now the form, but it's a lot of questions regarding mental health. So whoever complains of something, whatever it is regarding mental health, it could be depression symptoms, it could be suicidal, it could be hallucinations, it could be whatever symptom related to mental health, those they get referred to us by the nurse.
Okay, and how is it that you yourself make your assessment through? Let me ask you: is it through observation, through looking?
Correct. That's one. Yes.
That's
basically
one.
what we do is we bring the inmate down to our office, and we sit with them face to face, and we conduct daily assessments where we pretty much is like an interview.
Okay, and based on that interview, you decide if the person is in crisis or in need or in further services.
Correct. That is correct, sir.
Or if they're okay.
Correct. That is correct.
And if they're okay, then what happens with the inmate?
If we determine that there's no crisis, there's no need for mental health, that's where it ends probably, unless the individual requests to see us again.
Oh, okay. Okay. Now, were you working on the day of April the 10th of 2018?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to come in contact with a Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that individual here in the courtroom?
Yes, sir. He's here.
Okay. And is he an inmate at your Webb County Jail?
Correct.
Okay. If you could walk us through, he came in on what day?
I have the chart here, the medical chart. I'm sure I can look at it, right?
Please.
He arrived on 4/10/2018.
Okay. And did you conduct one of your mental health assessments?
That day, yes, sir.
Okay. Can I approach you? 569. 569. Is that next?
569, yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 569. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Was it prepared by yourself?
Yes, I did this.
And does it fairly and accurately depict what's contained there?
Correct. Yes.
Has it been altered in any way?
No.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Now we move to offer State's Exhibit 569.
Admitted. Objections have been overruled.
Thank you. Commissioner Publisher. I'm showing you on the overhead here the mental health assessment. Can you walk us through this assessment?
Yes, sir. This is what we use at the Wake County Jail. It's just a mental health assessment, as it says right there, on the date of 4/10/2018,
And what time did you conduct this assessment?
11 a.m.
And this is on Ronald Anthony Burgos.
Burgos-Aviles, Ronald, date of birth 4/1989.
What do we have in here? What are these boxes?
Those are some of the symptoms that I was explaining earlier that people with mental health can present.
Okay, was Mr. Burgos, did he present himself with anxiety?
No.
Did you note any hallucinations?
No.
Did you note any delusions?
No.
Did you note any psychosis?
No.
Did you note any depression?
No.
So in all of these areas, you did not note any of them, correct?
I didn't observe anything like that, and he also didn't report anything like that.
So what were you able to, what sort of information were you able to ascertain of Mr. Burgos? His age?
Correct.
What else?
That he was from Puerto Rico. He was a border patrol agent, and that he was incarcerated on 2 charges of capital murder.
Okay. What was he concerned about?
He stated right there that he was upset and embarrassed about his arrest.
Can you approach me?
in this section, this is what Mr. Burgos reports to you.
Correct.
Okay. What does he report to you regarding his mental health status?
What he said there was that upon arrival to work on Joey misstated was not sure if he wanted to hurt himself or not, as per nurse's notes. That's something that he said to the nurse that screened him when he arrived to the jail, before I saw him.
What does it say here?
Inmate reports once experienced suicidal ideations in 2012 due to marital problems, but didn't attempt suicide.
Here.
Inmate denied hallucinations, suicidal, homicidal ideations, or dead wishes at that time.
No, but up here.
Inmate stated was not sure if he wanted to hurt himself or not, as per nurse's note. And that again, I'm saying that's something that he said upon arrival to the nurse that screened him.
Okay.
When I saw him, he denied any suicidal, homicidal thoughts.
Did he? What about the topic of hallucination?
He denied hallucinations, suicidal, homicidal ideations, or dead wishes at that time to me.
He denied suicide, homicidal ideations, or death wishes.
Correct.
Right.
He then complains of being on full suicide watch, which was cold and with no mattress.
So, talk to us about what does that mean?
Being on full suicide watch, when somebody comes to the jail and voices suicidal ideations or doesn't respond to the question if you're having suicidal ideations, or protocol or precaution is to put you on full suicide watch, which means instead of a regular uniform, you get a green gown. It's a green gown provided in all the jails in the state, and you're isolated, preferably in a booking area, to be observed and monitored every 30 minutes.
And he complained about that.
He complained of being in that status. That is correct.
What about active psychosis or hallucinations?
I didn't see anything, and that's where I put no active psychosis, hallucinations observed, and delusions were not evident.
If you were to observe psychosis, what sort of symptoms would you look for?
Psychosis will present, an individual has psychosis, he has no, it's called loose association with reality. He starts presenting symptoms like hallucinations, auditory or visual hallucinations, or delusions, which means you're hearing voices or you're seeing things, or you can perhaps, if you're in your cell or you're talking to somebody like that, it appears like he's responding to internal stimuli.
Objection, Your Honor. This witness hasn't been qualified to speak to these issues.
Understand.
And so you didn't observe him talking to an imaginary figure?
Correct, nothing like that. There was no bizarre or defiant behavior. Obviously, no signs of mental decompensation.
And this is what you do full time is assessments, correct?
Correct,
You
daily.
You see inmates every day,
Daily, yes, sir.
and your job is to detect mental health issues.
Correct. Any symptoms related to mental health?
Now, do you do treatment for them?
No.
Now, what is this mental status observed? This is this box.
That's pretty much what I observed when I sat with him, when I saw him face to face.
Let's go over that.
Appearance, I saw obviously that he was wearing this suicide gown that we talk about.
Okay.
His behavior, his attitude at the time was cooperative. He was calm. Mood, maybe slightly anxious, congruent to mood. That was his effect. His speech was clear, was normal. Eye contact was good. Thought process, he was coherent, he was logical, he was organized. Suicidal thoughts, as he mentioned to me, there was none. And psychotic symptoms, I didn't see anything. Non-reported or detected, I put there, which means he didn't report any, and I didn't see any. Inside judgment was good at the time, and he was alert and oriented ×3, which means he was oriented to person, place, and time.
So you knew where he was.
Correct.
And you knew if it was day or night. Did you know?
Correct.
Is it normal for somebody who comes into jail to be anxious?
Yes, we can say that, especially with the charges.
Yeah, but just in general, when somebody is in jail, You note anxiousness.
Correct.
All we hear, you say he was made aware of.
Mental health services at Wake County Jail. Basically, he was made aware that I was the worker there as a mental health specialist, that we had a psychiatrist, that we had mental health services in the jail.
If he needed any help, you were there.
Correct.
If I may approach you.
Yes, good. Could I see the document?
What's been marked as State's Exhibit 570, ask you to look at those documents, those 3 pages. Are you familiar with these documents?
Yes.
Do they fairly accurately depict what's contained therein?
Yes.
Did you prepare these documents?
Yes, I did.
Have they been altered in any way?
No.
And we'll move to offer State's Exhibit 570.
Subject to the conversation at the bench.
Subject to all of that, and same rules in the court, 570 is admitted.
Okay. This would be the second mental health assessment that you've done?
Yes.
And what was the date of this?
Day May 25th, 2018.
Did you note any conditions here of or complaints?
He didn't report any.
So there's no psychosis,
No psychosis there.
no delusion,
No delusions.
no hallucinations,
Correct.
no anxiety,
Correct.
no sleep problems,
Correct.
no depression,
Correct.
no suicidal ideation.
That is correct. The only thing that he complained there was where it says other.
The uniform.
Correct.
Over here where it says, can you read this?
Yes, inmate denies current depressive symptoms, anxiety, auditory visual hallucinations, suicidal homicidal ideations, or dead wishes. No history of suicide attempts reported. Stated has been sleeping and eating fine. He may behave appropriately during interview. No active psychotic features detected. No signs of mental decompensation were evident, and no distress noted.
And this is after he's been with you a little over a month, right?
Correct.
His appearance?
His appearance, again, he was wearing the suicide gown, but had proper hygiene. He was, behavior was cooperative, calm. He was polite with the worker, with me. Mood was neither elated nor depressed. Affect was appropriate. Speech was normal. Eye contact there was good. Thought process, he was coherent and logical. Suicidal thoughts, none reported. Psychotic symptoms, none observed. Inside judgment was good, and he was a re-entry times 3 again, and stable.
In your assessment here is that he's not,
Yeah, my assessment says that mental health specialist conducted a suicide assessment on inmate and it was determined inmate is not in mental health crisis or at suicide risk at this time. Inmate signed the no suicide contract. Inmate was made aware of mental health service at Webb County Jail again, and agreed to submit a major request as needed.
And what is a suicide contract?
Suicide contract is just like an agreement that he signed saying that he doesn't have any suicidal thoughts. On top, it says, I agree not to hurt myself, either accidentally or on purpose. If I'm unable to keep this agreement, I will contact the Wake County Medical Department staff. The agreement contract was signed by Mr. Burgos, another worker, and myself.
He was cooperating.
Correct, the whole time.
And what are we looking at here?
This is part of the suicide assessment.
Okay. And
Objection, Your Honor. I don't believe this was a part of the, and that if I could look at the exhibit.
sure. And it was yesterday.
Withdraw my immediate objection.
I'm gonna just. So you checked these off while you were with him.
Correct, yes.
So the only yes here is that is inmate isolated from others socially. Yes.
Correct, because he was segregated. He was on full suicide watch.
Was he psychotic?
No,
Clinically depressed?
no,
That he wishes to die?
no,
Elevation in mood?
no,
He had no lethal plan of action.
no,
Did he have a chronic debilitating medical
I'm
illness?
sorry, Mr. O'Leary.
no,
Did he have a chronic debilitating medical illness?
no.
So that's 570 and it has 3 pages, is that correct?
570 has 3 pages.
Thank you.
I have 2 more. I'll show them to the court. There's only 4. 571 and 572. Do you have the
So these were done July 7th and October 3rd.
Correct.
I already made a ruling on this.
Yes, but I will be introducing, but I know that I would ask him if he could.
Okay. So at this time, you've done 2 assessments, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember at any time in June of 2018 being advised by Mr. Burgos' attorney not to conduct any more assessments?
Yes.
Did you in fact conduct another assessment in October of 2018?
I would not remember, but there's a note that means yes, I did.
Or if you can refer to your notes.
October 3rd, 2018. That is correct.
So, but 4 months before that, you had received a letter not to conduct
Correct. Yes.
any assessments. Is that right?
Yes.
So, without revealing the contents of the assessment, okay, without revealing anything in the assessment, why would you have conducted an assessment after receiving that letter from his attorney?
The reason being because I believe he was on suicide gown again, and I needed to reassess him in order to help him out and get him a uniform again. That was the only reason.
Questions?
All right.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Now, I want to talk about your qualifications in just a moment, but what I'd like to address first is your descriptions of your interviews with Mr. Burgos-Aviles.
Yes, sir.
In every interview, he was cooperative, correct?
Yes.
And he was respectful with you, is that correct?
Correct.
And he knew that he was facing a possible death sentence, correct?
That I don't know.
Okay. Well, you indicated on direct examination that he was oriented to time and place, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so oriented to time and place means it was your belief that he understood where he was and what was happening, correct?
Correct. Yes.
All right. And you knew, for instance, that he was facing a possible death sentence.
Correct.
Okay. So if he's oriented to time and place, and you knew that he was facing a possible death sentence, it's fair to infer that he knew he was facing a possible death
It's
sentence.
fair.
Okay. And now you also discussed psychosis with the district attorney on direct examination.
Correct.
And you indicated that, and I want to talk about your qualifications in a moment, but you indicated that you did not see any signs of psychosis in Mr. Burgos-Aviles. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. You didn't observe him hearing voices or apparitions or fantasies, correct?
Or delusions. Correct.
Right. I think the district attorney used imaginary as his word. You didn't observe any of that, correct?
Correct.
Now, like I said, I want to speak about your qualifications in a moment, but from your opinion and understanding, psychosis is a continuum, right? It's a progression. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. So full-on psychosis would mean when you're seeing things that are not there, correct?
Say that again.
Full-on, like on the far end of psychosis, that means that you're hearing voices that aren't really talking to you. Correct?
Or you have delusions.
Or
Yes.
delusions. That
Correct.
would be full-on.
Correct.
Now, there's no way for you to observe whether or not his thinking and thought processes had been affected, correct?
When I saw him, his thoughts, like it says in the report, they were coherent, logical, and organized.
Okay. But you don't know what's going on inside his head, correct?
I just
So you're not claiming to be a mind reader, right?
no, definitely not.
Okay.
Mr. Real quick. Mr. Boggs, Mr. Ellery.
Now, sir, I'd like to talk about your job and your training.
Yes, sir.
Your title at the Webb County Sheriff's Office is Mental Health Specialist.
That is correct.
Okay. And I think you testified on direct examination that you have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice.
Yes.
Is that correct? And then a minor in psychology.
That is correct.
All right. And that's a part of that bachelor's degree.
Correct.
Now, and you also have a master's degree in public administration.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, would it be fair to say we could both agree that it's the psychology minor that is the relevant part of your job as a mental health specialist? Is that correct?
And I guess the criminal justice also, because that's where I work at the county jail.
And now, I apologize, but for a minor in psychology, that is how many hours, sir, of college credit?
Probably 18 hours.
18 hours. So is that about 6 classes? Is that correct?
I want to say yes.
Okay, so you took 6 undergraduate classes in psychology, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I just want to make sure, right, you're not giving any clinical impressions, are you?
No.
Okay, as a matter of fact, you need a license to give clinical impressions, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you don't hold that license?
No.
And I think you testified on direct examination that you do these mental health screenings every day. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And matter of fact, what I believe I heard you say is that the law requires every inmate to be screened for mental health.
Correct.
Is that correct? So you have a lot of inmates that you have to screen every day. Is that
That we
correct?
see. Yes.
And a part of that is that you want to decrease violence and self-harm within the jail. Is that correct?
Make sure that they're safe, first of all. Yes.
Okay. And as a part of your screening, you're not there to discuss their criminal case, correct?
No, I can say we don't. Which is probably the first question that I'll ask in my assessment is just why are they there? If they're aware of the charges. That helps me to find out that they understand and they're oriented.
So, but it's a part of your training not to get into the facts of their criminal case, correct?
Right, I'm not going to investigate anything about that, yeah.
Okay. Matter of fact, you don't give them a waiver or tell them that they have a Fifth Amendment privilege not to speak to you, do you?
No, all I do, again, is pretty much I just, about his legal status, I just ask about the charges, which obviously I know why they're there, right? I have a system where it tells me why is he there, what the charges are.
And you don't, for instance, tell these inmates that you're screening that anything they say could be used against them in a court of law like they do in the movies, right? You don't tell them that.
No.
Okay. And yet you're here testifying against Mr. Burgos-Aviles today, aren't you?
Yes, I'm here.
And in this case, the district attorney talked about a letter that Mr. Burgos-Aviles' former lawyer wrote asking that you not have contact with him. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that wasn't me, right?
Right.
Okay. Because I wouldn't do that. Now, as a matter of fact, you had a verbal argument with that previous attorney about this case, didn't you?
That I don't know. I don't remember.
You don't remember?
Yeah, I don't think so.
And it was after that verbal argument that he wrote the letter asking that a counselor, and he put it in quotes, be restricted from visiting Mr. Burgos-Aviles.
I don't remember having any contact with the attorney.
I think you told the district attorney that that letter is in your file.
The letter, yeah. The letter got to the medical department. It was filed on the chart.
And part of your job as a mental health specialist in the Webb County Jail is to monitor and make sure that people are safe, correct?
Correct.
Now, since that first time that you saw Mr. Burgos-Aviles on April 10th of 2018, there have been no reports of violent acts by Mr. Burgos-Aviles, have there?
No.
Matter of fact, you told us in every interaction that you've had with Mr. Burgos-Aviles, he's been respectful and cooperative, correct?
That is correct.
And you indicated that you spoke to him just last week, correct?
Yes.
And that was after this jury convicted him of capital murder, correct?
That is correct.
And he knew at that time that this jury would decide whether or not he would spend the rest of his life in prison and die in prison or be executed, correct?
I assume that.
I'm going to object to the relevance of this line of questioning. I think he's way outside the scope of the relevancy of what Mr. Macias is here for.
One more question on this line.
Come on, let's wrap it up.
And knowing all that, he was respectful and cooperative with you a week ago, correct?
Yes.
If I could just have a moment. Thank you for your patience and for your service, sir.
Thank you, sir.
After the verdict of guilty for double homicide, capital murder, was Mr. Burgos' accommodations changed?
Yes, they did.
Did he complain about that change?
Yes, he did.
Hold on a second. I think I already ruled on that issue with the documentation.
Yes, sir. Yeah, but he just asked him, he was just asking him if Mr. Burgos had been cooperative or not complained about anything at the jail on specifically after the verdict. And I just wanted to ask him that question, that if after the verdict Mr. Burgos complained, that's all.
All right, go ahead.
Did he complain after the verdict?
Yes, he complained of being placed in another cell.
Okay. How many inmates have you assessed in your 13 years?
I would not know, but many.
Thousands?
Probably.
And the reason you're here is because the state of Texas required you to be here, correct?
Correct.
And I brought you here, correct?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
All right. Anything else, sir? Redirect? I mean,
Nothing
recross?
further. Thank you.
Thank you. No, sir, thank you so much. You are excused me. Go back to the-
Thank you, sir.
1 second.
And the issue that has been already brought to the court's attention with regard to the jail calls that the state intends to admit into evidence, and has already, the defense has already advised the court that it has objections to them. So let's talk about it now, so that we can do that outside of the presence of the jury. Okay, so you were given by the state a filtered down list of calls that, in fact, out of the 100 and many more calls than that, but I think before this last filtering, it was like 109 calls, 110 calls that had been given to you, and from that it went down to about how many, Ms. Jackson?
3.
3 calls, and
then some email communication.
Okay, so that's been whittled down quite a bit, and 5 calls and some email communication, and that's been whittled down quite a bit, obviously from the 109 calls, and then obviously from the original calls. And you've advised the court that you still like an opportunity to object outside the presence of the jury, so that we can take a look at some of those objections. So, and the court could rule. Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
You're good there.
Okay. I have a number of objections I'd like to make for the record. Some are constitutional and apply to the entirety of the proposed evidence by the state, and some are specific to individualized calls. So for the record, before I begin, I just want to note that this is an instance, I believe, where my client is prejudiced by his indigent status. We are up against the kind of unlimited resources of the state. These are 5 years of jail calls, many of which are in Spanish. We don't have a Spanish interpreter on staff, so the team has been forced to go through years of calls and emails until the state provided there, as you noticed, over 100 jail calls, which they may use in trial. And then last night or this morning around 1:30 in the morning, we were provided with the final list of 5. Some of those calls were entirely in Spanish. We were provided a transcript of the one that was, but one of them was about half and half. And so that transcript was not provided. The team had to then use their resources to do that mid-trial. And so I think, first of all, that's an equal protection violation. He's indigent and does not have the funds to, secure the same resources as the state does. Second of all, the use of jail calls overall, specifically the contents that are included in the ones in this case, we believe violates his 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights to defend, as well as his rights under the Texas Constitution. These are 5th Amendment violations, truly, Your Honor. There is one recording at the beginning of the call that says it may be recorded. There is nothing that says it may be used against him in a court of law. There's no knowing or intelligent or voluntary waiver for any of these statements. And so for all of the calls, we believe they violate both his 5th Amendment rights and the Confrontation Clause, as well as they're all hearsay. None of these statements contain any admissions of any crimes or intent to commit crimes. The 3 calls that are from April 18th, 2018, May 4th, 2018, and March 4th, 2020 are all with his wife. So they are both covered under the spousal privilege under the rules of evidence. They are hearsay within hearsay. Many of them contain statements that the wife is making about things that other people are saying to her or conversations she has had with other people. And so furthermore, Your Honor, 2 of the calls that the state has noticed were made during the merits phase of this trial. They were made with another woman and his mother. And so I think, both of those calls include comments on things that are happening during the trial, not evidence, but they are commentary on his behavior, and they include statements of his expressing concern about the cameras in the courtroom. So, Your Honor, I don't believe that he can make any type of defense against these statements without being forced to testify. And there is a doctrine, as I'm sure Your Honor is aware, that requires, it does not allow the condition of one constitutional right to be conditioned upon the waiver of another. So he's not been convicted of a crime, right? So he's in jail. He is provided with this means of communication by the state in which really he either has to isolate himself and refuse to communicate with anybody who's supportive in his environment, or create evidence through a means that the state is going to use against him either way. So if he makes statements about the crime that are allegedly inculpatory, they're going to use those against him. If he avoids making those statements, they're going to say, look, he has whatever they're going to say about these statements that don't have to do with the crime or any of the allegations against him. And they're not in preparation for any other crime or bad act. And so I don't believe they're relevant. If they are relevant in any way, they're overly prejudicial under 403. And there's no legitimate security concerns indicated at any of the calls, which would give the state interest to both listen and then use these calls against him. So we would argue that the use against him violates numerous evidentiary provisions as well as the United States and Texas Constitution.
Thank you.
Your Honor, it is...
Can I see the call, the transcript, the exhibits?
Oh, the exhibits, but then they're not all transcribed, Your Honor. Some of them are in English. So
I know how to read English.
Oh.
What do you mean?
We did not transcribe the... Are you saying you want the transcription of the English calls?
Okay, how are you going to present them as evidence?
We're going to play them. They're in English.
They don't transcribe them?
No.
The jail doesn't transcribe them?
No.
And that is part of our objection, Your Honor.
Where's your transcript? The translation.
We have a translation of one that was in Spanish into English. And so this is why we selected the ones that were in English. And they are admissions by Mr. Burgos. And despite what
Admissions of the act, but this is not the guilt and innocence phase of the trial.
Your Honor, any statements made by Mr. Burgos are admissible because
Well,
they're...
that would be relevant still.
Yes, Your Honor, we agree. And we also know that we just right now, Mr. Boggs discussed the issue of control. That is a big issue in this case. We'd like to show that Mr. Burgos, one of the things that we'd like to highlight.
Mr. Boggs did not issue the control, it was Mr. Alanis that started with the control.
He responded to Mr. Boggs' questioning on, isn't it true that it's usually a spouse who is the first one
Well,
to
I'm not
be
going to go back and forth with who started with control,
Right.
but my understanding was that the questions, direct examination to Mr. Garcia was about control, and Mr. Boggs responded on the control issue, and that continued back and forth for a while. But in any event, okay. So
Your Honor,
what is it that you all want to play? I mean, I can't allow it to be. I can't allow it until I see it or until I hear it.
Right.
So. How long are they and things that nature?
Most of them were kept to the shorter ones. There were 5 minutes. There's one that's longer.
Yes, Your Honor. There's, I believe, two that are, if you just look at the substance itself.
Well, I want to know what you're gonna offer. Forget about just the substance. Are you gonna offer the whole thing or just the clip of it?
Yes, Your Honor. We're going to offer the whole thing, and the first 2 calls are about 6 minutes long. And I do want to say that the first 3 calls were given to the defense months before. This wasn't something we just gave them.
I don't need to complain about that. Oh, about the Spanish part.
Yes,
No,
sir.
not the Spanish part, but just the part that they had to go through 100 calls, Your Honor. We gave them those 100 calls 2 months ago, 3 months ago, 4 months ago, in 2-week increments. So they've had these for a while. It wasn't something that they just.
The narrowed down.
If you have to give me the content of the, I mean, I'm gonna hear them.
Well, Your Honor, I also would like to have an opportunity to respond to the idea that they do not have a funding source, Your Honor, because we are well aware that that's...
No one knows more about how much funding the
Yes.
defense has than this court.
And if that was necessary...
Because I mean, I'm the one that's signing off on all those things. There's thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars that have been spent on the defense witnesses and investigators and mitigation specialists and hundreds of thousands have been spent on as a result of the decision that was made to file a capital case with a death penalty provision in it. So I don't think that, in any event, I'm not concerned about and I think that the court, if the Court of Appeals does not know this or can imply this or infer this, somebody can put that in evidence, all the invoices that we have. But in any event, see, it's hard for me to rule on anything you're going to say unless I actually hear what's being complained of. I heard it say Fifth Amendment right, hearsay, relevance, 403, equal protection. That's what I heard. So you want to respond to those in general? You can. Go ahead.
My understanding for the equal protection, Judge, is that they have an opportunity to have requested an expert or a translator if that was necessary. And so that was my response to that argument where they were unable to do that.
Okay.
The part that it was a spousal privilege, once it is revealed to a third, once it is revealed, and these were conversations that they were well aware were recorded, they are not privileged once they are already revealed on the recording. Additionally, Judge, the right for the spousal. May I have that? Is it my-
Pursuant to the code, Your Honor, there are exceptions. And so the code makes it extremely clear that there is no right under the spousal privilege code or rule of Texas Rules of Evidence when a child is injured in the case. Here we have a baby who was murdered. Therefore, there is no spousal immunities, no spousal privilege, nothing of that
Is this
sort.
before the actual crime or post?
This is post-crime.
No, I know the conversation for post-crime.
Oh,
The exception that you're talking about.
Oh, it's been around since 1996,
No, sir.
I believe.
No. Does the exception apply to conversations before the conduct, before the charge, before the murder, or after?
What applies to all confidential spousal communications.
Right. And you understand that I have to see that, and I.
Yes, no, absolutely. I mean,
I'm one of the guys that needs to.
I mean-
St. Thomas, was it? You know, was it? Yes, I know it in Spanish. I don't know it in English. I que ver para creer, that type of thing. In any event, that's what I am at.
If Your Honor would like, before we continue with arguments, we can just play what's being debated.
I don't want to play it like that. Just play. That's 6 minutes. Mr. Garza said another 5 minutes on another call. That's just 2 calls, and then. And is it the entire conversation something that you need to play, or is that what you all think is relevant?
You know, the purpose of bringing in these calls is to show the defendant's character and how the downright cruelty, the way he responds to his spouse, which in the interview, if the court will remember, he insisted on trying to speak to her as though he was very concerned about her. And when you hear these calls, it's quite the contrary. He's the one who's concerned. There's another call with his mother. He even says he's the one that's important. There's another call with his mother where he tells his mother, why would you show up? And again, it shows control. And then he tells her, yo lo que importa, I'm the one that's important, not you. These, we believe, are very relevant to show his character. And so, despite what defense is saying, there's a purpose for bringing in these calls to show that. And we have to show, it is our burden, Your Honor, to show that it is, that these...
And it's not your burden.
To show
On the mitigation part of it?
to show his state of mind, his character.
No, but you said it was for mitigation. The character portion is the mitigation portion. The number one is the future dangerous question.
And character may be considered in deciding the first special issue. It specifies that in the code. And so these, we believe, militate for the death penalty. These are things that we can talk about and discuss to show the jury the type of individual that Mr. Burgos is.
Your Honor, if I may respond.
Okay, that was, wait, we're not finished with it because I think there's still a relevance in 403 and hearsay.
And the privacy right, Your Honor.
What?
And the waiver of privacy right or conditioning the Fifth Amendment on that as well.
Right, yes, after that you skip to spousal privilege. Fifth Amendment right to privacy was another one of her. And I guess
Your Honor,
you're in jail,
yes.
one, and then you are being advised that this conversation is being recorded, and so the expectation of privacy question comes into play, right?
Yes, Your Honor, but I believe that the zones of privacy that are inherent in both the Texas and the federal constitutions also protect the right to maintain relationships, to free speech. These are not communications that are relevant to the state's burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt there is a probability that he will commit future acts of violence. The circumstances and character of the client or the defendant are asked specifically with regards to special issue number 2. And in order to rebut Mr. Burgos-Aviles would have to then violate his own Fifth Amendment right in order to vindicate his rights to maintain some sort of personal privacy while in jail, which is not entirely diminished by the fact that he's in custody, Your Honor.
Well, I mean, if there was calls like, how are you all? Hope you all doing great. How are the kids? You know, where are y'all live? Have y'all get situated well over there? Those calls wouldn't be presented here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So that's still maintaining, you know, your relationships with people and yada yada yada, right? That type of thing. So it doesn't necessarily mean that you can't maintain your, what did you say? Your familial relationships because you're in jail and force you to testify in any sort of way. I mean, they want to pick them out because of the manner of the conversations and the character of the conversations, as opposed to the fact that he conversed with individuals that are related to them. And I guess that's what I hear them saying.
Additionally, Your Honor, I intend to show the volume of calls because we also are distinguishing the punishment of death, the death penalty, and life without the possibility of parole, and the privileges that an individual gets as an inmate under life without the possibility of parole. They continue to have the communications and both in email.
You already got that in through the first witness you had, right?
But I want to show the volume that he has. They're not the individual calls, but the volume of calls, especially because they've portrayed Mr. Burgos as a loving family, a father and husband, I guess when they talked about Amy, and we'd like to show that the volume of communication between him and his wife has it's reduced completely, and now it is with another individual who we have one of those emails that shows he's been able to nurture and create, I guess, some sort of relationship, Your Honor. And so, again, we believe that we have the
Is he divorced now? Or?
No.
Your Honor, Mr. Burgos has been incarcerated for 5 years. The volume of his communications with friends and family has no probative value of anything.
Your Honor, if I may, with
The
regards to,
expectation of that is such.
well, with regards to that, Your Honor, in one of the pertinent phone calls that we intend on introducing, when talking to a woman, he says they're debating. She tells him she's concerned about what's going to happen, and this call happened on the 5th or 4th of July of this year, so just days ago. And she's concerned about what's going to happen with regards to the guilty verdict, or that we now know as a guilty verdict. Mr. Burgos, on the phone and in English, says, "Don't worry about it, because worst case scenario, no matter what happens, I'm just going to be moved far away, and we're still going to message, and we're still going to talk, and we're still going to have calls. And if I go home, then we're still going to message, and we're still going to talk. So nothing's going to change." Those are his words.
Your Honor,
And we would say that that's probative to what we need to prove for future dangerousness. Not only because what goes into proving future dangerousness includes character evidence that militates the death penalty. And in this particular case, what we're trying to show is that, one, he has no remorse. Two, he doesn't care what happens, because no matter what happens, he's going to be in La La Land having the same conversations with these various women that he's conversed with over the 5 years he's been incarcerated.
Your Honor, that's a perfect example of a communication between people in a relationship where one is expressing concern to the other about their future, and he is trying to reassure her that that's taken out of context and it's irrelevant to what the state has to prove. I mean, this is the condition which he is in due to the state's prosecution. He has a limited way to assure someone who he cares about.
Why is it that we get to play what she's saying? Why is that not hearsay?
Well, there would be an exception.
What is the exception?
Well, we're not trying to prove it for the matter asserted. The truth is,
Yes, you are. You're trying. You just argue that in fact the jury should be able to know that in fact.
No,
I'm sorry. What Mr. Burgos is thinking, that there's nothing that in fact there is not going to be anything that's going to happen. Everything's going to be okay. How is that not?
But that's his
I'm
admission.
sorry. Give me a second. I'm sorry, Mr. Leeson.
yes.
How is that not? That you're offering it for that particular purpose?
Because I'm not trying to prove that the individual he's talking to is worried about what the verdict may be. What I'm trying to show is the party admission that he says nothing's going to change. What she said isn't being proffered to the court or to the jury to
That's
show
hearsay.
that.
Unless you bring her here, I mean, it's hearsay. That's my interpretation.
But without context of
Anyway,
what she's
that's my
asking.
interpretation of that call. You can play his portion of it. I overrule your concerns with that. There's no Fifth Amendment right on that issue. They're at the jail. They have a limited right at the jail with regard to the Fifth Amendment. They've been advised that those calls are going to be recorded. There is no expectation of privacy. It's just like talking to to an inmate at the jail and expecting that the other inmate at the other side of the jail is not going to hear you and not going to say anything about it. So that's my ruling on that issue, unless you can find me something different.
Your Honor, also, it is non-hearsay if it is a reaction or a
I've already ruled on that issue with regard to that woman. That woman's call. You could play that one-sided call.
Your Honor, if that's the court's ruling, I would further object that the statements without the context are even less probative of anything the state is offering them for, because they're removing the half of the conversation.
So
in
do
which
you
they
want
were
me to go
listening.
ahead and play hers too?
No,
Is that what
Your
you're
Honor.
saying?
I do believe that the call in its entirety is inadmissible.
So you'd like for me to play the whole call?
No, Your Honor.
Well, take a position on this thing then.
Well, we would object to the hearsay coming in its entirety. And so if Your Honor is...
With regard to Mr. Burgos-Aviles, it's his statements, and I don't see how his statements, his own words, after being told that he's being recorded, I don't see how that doesn't play a role with regard to his character. And the jury gets to hear some of that. I mean, however, I don't, again, I've ruled partially, I sustained partially objection with regard to the hearsay on the other side of the conversation. And I sustain your objection with regard to that. And so I do not agree with the state's position that it is a whatever hearsay exception or a non-hearsay. I agree with that. Let's see. That was with regard to that woman's call. And then the other one was with the mom, you said, right? Same thing. I mean, I just don't see how I can do that with anybody else on that issue unless the mom's call happened on what, May 4th?
No, that was also made on July 5th.
July 5th?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, just recently?
Yes, Your Honor.
So I guess you have the same, it's non-hearsay, is that what you're saying on the
Yes,
mom's
Your Honor.
call?
yes.
And it's non-hearsay because you're not trying to prove the truth of the matter asserted. Yeah.
And because of, again, Your Honor, it's his answer, it is his statement that shows his the treatment that he has of his mother because he's unable to control whether she appears here or not, and that was the substance of that call with his mother. And I also have the emails that we intend to bring in.
Does this roll this way? What was, this is nothing?
No, no. You can black that out.
No,
That's
okay,
from a
so it's just
different
this one
email.
here.
Yes, right.
This long email here.
Yes.
And your objections to these two emails, we should actually have a number on them, just so that the record could. Can you give me a number? Here's, I'm sorry, I took the other one off of the,
The last one was 579.
just so that I could respond, you know. I
Hearsay
could-
also, Your Honor, and again, this is part of the notice objection. I mean, there were thousands of calls and thousands of emails, and to the extent that they were even narrowed down earlier this month to the notice that was produced to us last night at 1:30 makes it impossible to maintain like full objection CDs, but at least hearsay 403, 401, and right against self-incrimination.
And Your Honor,
On the hearsay part, you know it's only his email, right?
Well,
I
yes,
mean,
Your
it's not-
Honor,
We're not, they're not putting the response in,
but they're out-of-court statements and they're not admissions.
but they're by him. Oh, you're saying they're not admissions?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, let's look at that last question. Kid, what was the number on them, please?
can you put the last number? I think the last one should be using was 579. So that's Your Honor, may I respond to her statement as to it being hearsay, the email of Mr. Burgos?
Yeah.
Under Rule 803-24, a statement by an opposing party qualifies under 801E2, even if it is not made against the interest of the party declarant. So anything that he says, even any statement that he is made by Mr. Burgos is defined as an admission, even though the word admission is, it doesn't sound like he doesn't have to say anything against his interest. Anything that he says can be used, can be brought in, and it is not hearsay.
Well, there's two different rules, right? One's in admissions and one's in statements against interest. That one carries the element that it has to be against your interest. So, all right. In any event, I have your argument on those two emails. See, there's 5 calls. I know about 2. What are the other 3?
Those are the communications from 2018, and I believe one from 2020 with his wife. And it's our position that the exception, which Mr. Elizondo referred to, applies to communications that are in furtherance of that crime. It cannot be the case that after someone is charged with a crime against a child that they no longer have a spousal privilege. That I don't believe that the rules of evidence say. And further, those are entirely hearsay, and there is hearsay within hearsay in those calls. And again, to the point that the district attorney was making about introducing the volume of calls against him, I mean, the state cannot provide a privilege and then use the fact that the inmate or defendant is using that privilege or service to argue for the death penalty against him.
We are showing the decline in the communication with his wife and the increase in the communication with his other individual, Your Honor. And if the court,
How do you show that?
Because of the volume.
No, how do you show that to the jury?
They're logs, and it shows you.
So you want to introduce the logs?
And it does not have content.
And I believe the statement was made in the defense of the non-hearsay portion of one of the calls that Your Honor has already addressed, that the statements of Mr. Burgos in that call were offered to show that he would have the same privileges no matter what happened to him. If I misunderstood that statement. Well, Your Honor, when you previously ruled that the communications of the other party in the July phone call would come in, the argument for why Mr. Burgos' statement in response to her concerns was relevant was that he is expressing that he will have the ability to contact and message her no matter what. I don't believe the fact that the state provides that opportunity to somebody incarcerated should be used against him.
It's like, for example, when they leave the phone inside of the interrogation room for the defendant to place a call if he wants, and then they leave, and then he starts making the calls and starts making all sorts of admissions inside of the interrogation room. Is that the one? Is that those type of things aren't allowed?
No, Your Honor.
Those type of tricks aren't allowed?
No, Your Honor. I think the argument that TDCJ also provides phone and messaging services as a reason why Mr. Burgos, I may have misunderstood the argument by the district attorney, Your Honor, but that's what I understood it to be saying, and I don't believe that
Well, that was an alternative argument that she was making, basically that she also wanted to be able to show the jury what was going to be available to him if, in fact, he was given life. I hate to say it that way, but if the questions to answers 1 and 2 ended up in him getting life instead of death, that in fact those are going to be the type of communication he's going to continue, for the rest of his life, basically, potentially, basically. I think that was an alternate argument to why they're relevant. Is that the way you got it?
Well, if that's the case, then what I understand that to be saying is that the fact that TDCJ provides telephone services to its inmates is a reason why the fact that he is potentially able to use those telephone services is relevant. I just don't understand the probative value, Your Honor.
Well, I mean, there's already testimony to that effect from the classification director.
Right.
That in fact, the distinctions between what are the things that are available to somebody who's serving life without the possibility of parole, and in terms of communication, emails and phone calls, and the person who in fact is on death row.
Well, in that case, Your Honor, I don't believe that the classification expert testified that people on death row have no telephone privileges or no messaging privileges.
I think he did testify that about the privileges. I'm not sure. I think they're different, is what they're saying. They made a distinction between both of them.
They have access, Your Honor, to both.
Well, you know more than I with regard to that.
Unfortunately, that's true. And I believe that if I had
In
heard...
fact, I think it's even true because I remember getting a motion on another death case that I presided over, not entirely, but I inherited, where they were requesting to delay the death date, the execution date, because of an email communication between the death row inmate and some lady from England, something like that. In any event, so I guess they do have email communication.
And telephone calls, Your Honor. And I don't believe that
So then-
the classification
so then-
expert testified to the contrary.
So then, if they can have these, why would they be? Why was there a distinction?
That's exactly what we are why we're bringing it up, Judge, is that he still has an opportunity to continue relationships with individuals as he has been in the last 5 years.
Whether or not he gets
Yes, Your Honor.
life or death.
In other words, when we are at, there's two possible punishments in here, and we're trying to say that that the life without the possibility of parole, and when you're distinguishing them, which is the most severe. They both have the same privileges and opportunities that individuals that are in the outside world get to have these communications.
But the point that Ms. Pozella is saying is they get that communication regardless of the outcome.
Exactly.
So why are you making a distinction?
So because the death penalty actually is that's the difference. Is not necessarily they're isolated, but they still have the same exact privileges as somebody who does not was given life without the possibility of parole. The difference is he's given a death sentence. That's the difference.
But there's no difference in communication. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly, Your Honor. They
So
still
that's
have
what
the
she's
same
saying.
opportunities as someone with life without the possibility of parole.
Okay, that's your alternative argument in any event. You're okay. Give me 1 second. Mr. Elizondo, I'm still waiting for those exceptions you told me you were going to give me to the spousal privilege.
Oh, yes, Your Honor. I have it right here. It just fell out. I apologize. I think
Footnote 477. Okay.
I'm pulling it up right here. So there's the confidential communication privilege, and then there's also, let's see,
No, we're only talking about the spousal privilege.
and then, well, that would be the one we're talking about, because the other privilege is the privilege not to testify that can only be, well, that could be invoked by both, I believe. But the exceptions to it is it says this privilege does not apply, A, certain criminal proceedings. In a criminal proceeding in which a spouse is charged with a crime against the other person, any member of the household of either spouse, or
What
any,
case are you reading from?
Oh, this is 504 of the rule of evidence.
504 what?
Oh, I'm sorry. B.
No, the B4 is the exception, and it only says in certain criminal proceedings, but it doesn't list them. So I'm kind of wondering which one are you reading from?
Oh, we're on B4.
I am in B4. 504 B4?
Yes,
do you have
504
the
B4.
do you have the rules of evidence with you?
Yes, I have it right in front of me.
So do I.
Certain criminal proceedings. That this privilege does not apply in a criminal proceeding in which a spouse is charged with a crime against, and then if the court goes on, any minor child.
I'm not sure where. Can you see what you're reading from?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm reading right here.
Because I have the desk book version.
I think it's 4C, Your Honor, in my version.
B 504 B4 is lays down the exceptions, list 2. B41 and B42, and then it goes certain criminal proceedings is B4A.
Your Honor, I can.
Here it goes. Here it is. It's not any other. It's Rule 504 B4A, and I have the 2023 version of it. So here we go. Okay. Though this is different. Because this one says there is no privilege to refuse to testify. All right?
Okay, for whatever reason, I don't think we're looking at the same thing, because that's not
Okay.
how mine has been.
Which one are you looking at?
Just looking at Rule 504 as amended May 2nd, 2023.
And Your Honor, I believe what I believe Mr. Elizondo to be looking at is in my book 504 small a 4C.
Let me look at
So it may be in Your Honors as well.
504 small a 4C. There it is. 504 small a 4C. Okay. A spouse can be compelled to testify. Sorry, I couldn't see y'all. All right, please have a seat. All right, for this ruling. So I've done some more reading, and it looks like the Court of Criminal Appeals. Oh, y'all are in charge of getting him back in here.
I apologize.
All right, the defendant's in. So as I was saying, I've done some more research, and it does look like the Court of Criminal Appeals has spoken to this issue here recently on the jailhouse calls, and there's also a Fort Worth case that came right before that spoke on the jailhouse calls. Neither one of them were capital cases, but the rule seems to be pretty clear. One was an aggravated sexual assault, continuous sexual assault. The other one was, I can't remember what it was, but in any event, on both of those cases, I'm talking about, I think it's called Bahena, Bahena, spoke with regard to jailhouse calls, and it looks like the original reason that was given by the DA here in this case, the state in this case, was in fact the exact same thing that was used in that case, which is that it's a, especially on punishment, that it was a business record exception. And when they talked about the hearsay on the other side of the phone call, that basically that it was a non-hearsay because it was in fact offered not for the truth of the matter asserted. So it looks like they were on point on those two issues. My preoccupation with the rules of evidence on those issues were born from this case, that we are in this case, and we are as far as we are in this case, and therefore I'm trying to cross my T's and dot my I's with regard to these matters. I've taken a look at it at length. It is important. I think the Court of Criminal Appeals has made their position clear, and as a result of that, I will overrule your objections and allow the witness to testify on these matters, and for the exhibits that are planned to come in through her, these jailhouse phone calls to in fact come in. The only thing that was left at that point would be again, there was an equal protection argument, there was a Fifth Amendment right argument, there was hearsay, and then at the end there was relevance in 403, and those are also overruled. Anything else?
So, Judge, I just want to make sure I understand, because I wasn't mentioned it. The call with Sahara, I think the court had earlier ruled that only Mr. Burgos-Aviles' statement was coming in. Is the court, based on its research, reversing that decision?
On that call, my decision was based on the truth of the matter asserted argument. In fact, it seemed like the truth of the matter was in fact right in the matter. So that's why I stayed with that decision on that call. With regard to the other calls that have been described to me, that the truth of the matter argument in fact prevailed, that it's not being offered for the truth of the matter in fact prevailed, and therefore my decision on those are in fact what they are.
Your Honor, may we briefly clarify something?
Clarify.
So, am I understanding Your Honor to be saying that Bahena is resolving the hearsay issue?
No, Bahena did not resolve the hearsay issue. Bahena resolved the business record, the ability to admit these documents based on these records based on the business records exception.
Through the witness.
Excuse me?
Right. Well,
it was a custodian issue there, yes, but they still clearly made a statement that in fact it was a business record exception, that in fact allowed these records to come in. The big to do on that case was in fact whether that was the right witness or not. That was the big to do in that case, and I understand that. But the Fort Worth case, can't remember what it was. Didn't print them out. Addressed the hearsay issue and cited, I believe, I got to that case how? I don't know if I got through that case through Bahena or if I got through Bahena through that case. I think it was the other way around because the Bahena case is the 2021 case out of the Court of Criminal Appeals. I think.
I believe, and trust me, I've been down the same rabbit hole many times, Your Honor. But the Bahena case that I'm looking at is a Court of Appeals Houston case from 2020.
Yes, but that was taken up.
Right, and I think just for the record, we would like to note that we did not challenge the proper admissibility through this particular witness, and in the Bahena case, it specifically says appellant did not object to the testimony or recordings as hearsay. So we would just maintain our objections. We know your
It does not. And you still have to, again, you still have to address the issue. Like I said from the very beginning, the fact that it's been this record doesn't necessarily mean that it comes in. It comes in, and then you have to address the issue of hearsay or non-hearsay. And that's why I made the determination on the first witness with regard to the way I did, but not on the other descriptions of the calls that I in fact was given. So that's where I'm at.
Yeah, and also, although we did have a call that was mostly in Spanish translated, we do have the translation have provided it to the defense. We would like to provide a non-jury. I understand, and we will not admit it, but while they are listening to it, if we can pass out, we do have the
Continue on
copies.
your personal device. Uh-oh, there's a problem. Please try again.
Not here. Siri came up for some reason. There's something that I
Is it on
said.
your watch?
Oh my! That's why I don't wear this thing. Okay, so.
And Your Honor, we do have the copies available.
All right. So let's bring. I'm going to bring her in because I'm going to probably. They're going to eat lunch here. Remember that. So it'll probably be somewhere around 12:45. So let's going to go with this witness around that time, and then we'll take it from there.
Additionally, Your Honor, this the record we have provided to the defense for inspection the call logs or the documentation of the calls, just to show the volume of the calls, and they were divided into the individuals that received these calls for
All right.
communication.
Wait. Let me see how that is. You just wanted to share the volumes.
That is correct, Your Honor. That's what it is.
Oh, it's all of this.
Yes, Your Honor. There's logs, there is no.
But why do you have it
content.
like this?
Oh, because so that the witness can identify who they are with, because she is the one who knows the phone number.
But is this the way that the records are kept in the regular course of business, like this,
Well,
or
we
did
can
you all
remove-
do this?
We can remove the front page, Your Honor, but that is how they're identified, because she knows them by the number. She can testify.
This is what I'm asking. Is the document, for example, 573 that you have marked here? In other words, how is the log normally kept? It's kept all mixed, isn't it? With all calls.
Yes.
And you all unmix them.
We requested them to
You-
be per number.
For the number called or dialed.
Yes, Your Honor. It also shows how she's able to identify it.
First, you said you just wanted to show the volume of calls, but that's not all you want to show. You want to show the volume of calls and to who called.
Yes, that's why I specified how the calls, the volume of the calls
Okay.
to Amy.
Okay. Mr. Burgos? Mr. Burgos, Mr. Boggs?
It happens all the time, Jeff. It's not the way the records, it doesn't fit within the business records exception is what I'd say. If they want to introduce that, then it needs to be as a demonstrative with an instruction to the jury that that's not the evidence. And then they can argue from that. But so I would object, Your Honor. it doesn't fit within the business records exception if that's not the manner in which the records are.
So it's not the way they normally keep. Do you have a copy of the way they normally keep them?
Yes, and they would be,
Well, it would be like this, right?
actually, Your Honor, it would also include all the, about 1,000 pages of emails. We
Oh,
did
this
not-
also includes emails?
The,
No, what I'm holding here in my hand, 578,
oh, yeah.
577, 576, 575, 574, and 573 also includes emails in the log, or just phone calls?
In the logs, yes. In the new system, there's no way that they can distinguish between, they could not separate the emails from the phone calls.
So what I'm holding here also includes a log to particular individuals of both calls and emails.
Only for the parts that are with the new telecommunication system.
So there is a portion, and that new system came into play in what year?
In November 2022, November, December
Okay,
2022.
so most of them are just calls,
Yes.
and from 2022, whenever that month was forward, it includes the emails as well.
This is how she prepared for the testimony, does not need to come in. Again, it would aid the jury, just so that she would know that that's how she was able to determine, but
So
she has the numbers.
But she has the number.
Yes, Your Honor.
If asked, she has the number.
Yes.
So, yeah. It's just the number. It's a log, and the system allows her to basically sort them any which way she wants.
That is correct, but they are business records. They are kept in the regular course of business, in the normal.
And what would happen would be exactly what we happened with the other evidence, that we get the big old dump of files, and then we get individual. And why do we want to avoid that? So, your objection would be, well, I understand what you're trying to do. Please present them. I'll hear your. I've heard your objection. I'm going to allow them to come in, so your objection will be overruled. But you need to, when the proper predicate has been laid and whatnot, because obviously the witness is not here now. So once that is done, again, she has the log, and this is something that's inside of the log.
Organized that.
And what I don't want is the initial pages to be on those. The right. Other than the initial pages. Now, how is she going to be able to know who's who?
She has this information.
She just has a number. You're going to say,
No, she also has the information on who these people are.
and why would she have that?
Because of the way the system is set up, where the individual has to create and identify. For example, Sahara Cambron would have to create under the old system. They would have to go through a system where they're identifying who.
Yeah, so they don't allow just any. In other words, somebody who comes into the system has to identify themselves. Basically, they have to. What's the word I'm looking for? They have to
Register?
register.
Yes.
Thank you. They have to register, and that's how they have the name of the person who registered.
Yes, Your Honor.
That may or may not be the person, though, but that's the person who registered.
And Judge, you identified, I think, the exact issue, which is it's registered as that person.
That should be
and that they
registered.
can't testify, or the
That it
witness
is that
cannot,
person.
that it is that person. This is the way they are read. Because it is a hearsay reference, so as
Right.
long as it's
They
there's an
registered as that
instruction
person.
that it's
That's all
not
she
being
can
offered
say.
for the truth.
Because, I mean, it's just like saying, somebody placed a call just because you have the number of that particular person. No, you can only say a call was placed from this number. Who had the phone at that time? No idea.
Except for under the new system, Your Honor, this Sahara Cambron has to register, give an identifier, also give an address, date of birth.
Still same thing. Somebody could have that information. Somebody registered. Whoever it is registered, and that's a call that's placed by somebody who registered as Sarah, or somebody who
Right.
registered as grandma or somebody who
Well, there
registered.
would not be any testimony as to say, is this, are you sure this is Sarah Cameron? No, it would
No,
just be the
but there may
registered
be
name.
testimony that says, how many calls did Sarah put, you know? Or how many calls did grandma put? You know, there may be testimony like that. So instead of saying that, I think the question should be the person who registered as such and such.
Certainly, I can modify my questions to that.
All right. Thank you.
And given I indicated to the district attorney that the phone call with the person who identifies themselves as Sahara, I think the court's ruling was only Mr. Burgos-Aviles' conversation come in, but given the court's ruling, I'd ask that the entire call be played for context.
Right, and that's the same alternative objection that was made by Ms. Grizelda also, and so I overruled it, and I do the same now.
So only
Only hers, only her side,
only
his side. I'm sorry.
Okay.
And you were saying the whole thing should be
No, I'm asking that it be come in for context, given the court's ruling on the other.
You're asking that it come in.
Yes, sir.
So, in other words, you're saying, Judge, we have no objections. We have the objections, but if you're going to rule that only his side comes in, then we're going to ask that you allow everything else to come in.
Yes, sir.
All right.
There's a lot going on up here, Judge.
All right.
I'll try.
So what is the number that was not?
What is her number? I think it's already there.
No, it
Oh,
hasn't been numbered. We
Okay.
It's been separated
all right.
out.
We'll
Yeah.
get to that number in a minute. Just remember what that number is.
And that
Because-
one would not come in?
No, they're basically saying if I'm going to rule that only his side of that conversation comes in,
Then the full.
which they object to, and I've overruled, then they're saying our alternative argument then would be then everything should come in.
Okay. So
Is
then
what I hear them saying. Thank you.
So just to be clear, Your Honor, so that I don't, all the exhibits that we have discussed are coming in.
Yes, and the point of it is that you've discussed 3 of them, and then you said 2 of the other ones are something. I'm not sure what the 2 other ones are. Which ones? Because we discussed grandmothers. No, mothers. We discussed mothers.
Yes,
Wife.
there's 2 with the wife.
Sarah or Sahara.
Yes, Your Honor. There's 3 with Ms. Amy Burgos, 1 with Sahara, and 1 with his mother.
Okay, so we've 3, 1. Okay,
And 2 emails with Sahara.
right.
And then with regards to this one now?
Is that the new?
So you can number them now, Mr. Lizondo, so that I
That'd be
can make
nice.
reference to them like that.
That was part of these.
Is that the July 4th?
The one that was only half could come in.
No, everything's-
Also can-
Okay.
Right.
Then there would be 2 calls with Sahara then.
2?
Yes.
Because this would be the second call to Sahara.
I thought it was only 1.
Wait, no.
Wait.
No.
Because we haven't heard the other one or the content of it.
Okay. Just one call with Sahara, Your Honor, that we're intending
And
to use.
it is the call that we have been discussing?
Discussing.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
No, I'm sorry, Your Honor. It's actually
There's a lot of confusion.
Yeah.
Mr. Gotcha can clear it up.
Yes, Your Honor. The call we are intending to use is not the same call that we had discussed earlier. This is a call on July 5th. Unfortunately, the call that we discussed earlier was the previous day on July 4th. But this call,
So describe this call, because I wasn't, that my ruling was based on the last call.
They just get it.
yes, they did receive that one. On this call, Your Honor,
Right now, they
No,
just received it?
No, they received it last night. Or at least our intention to use it, they received it last night. But we did give it to them, the actual call to them last week. But the call basically goes over how he's feeling about the verdict coming up in the trial, and Ms. Sahara confronting him about having sexual relations with Grizelda at the same time as having sexual relations with herself. I assume back before in 2018 or 2017.
And
And his reaction to that, and how he completely just changes the subject and tells her don't believe what you hear and things like that. Trying to manipulate and control the situation.
This was the call, Your Honor, that I referred to when he was confronted as to the third party on the other line saying, well, you murdered her, the one you murdered. Because he responds to this, what chick are you talking about? Well, the one that they murdered, the one that you murdered, I think it's translated, but that was the one. And then he says, hey, don't talk about that. We can't talk about that. Why would you say that?
Well,
That was one call that I had mentioned. And
yes, but that's okay. So, and that I'll allow you to address it before.
Okay, so at the risk of introducing more confusion to the proceedings, the discussion that we had at the bench was regarding the 5 calls that we were informed at 1:30 this morning were going to be used. One of them is from Sahara Cambron. The date that was provided to us was July 5th, 2023.
Okay, so this other call that they're describing to you was not one of the 5?
It's unclear to me, Your Honor, because the contents appear to be similar, but if they're representing that it was made on a different day, I can give the number of the call.
Let's clear it up. Was the call that was just described, well, I don't know who described, between you and Mr. Lizondo?
Yes.
Mr. Garza, was that one of the calls that you advised them of last night, one of the 5 calls that you would play today, that you would offer today?
Yes, it is, Your Honor. It's the Sahara call on July 5th.
Okay, so there's a single call with Ms. Cabron.
Yes.
Okay, then we're in agreement, Your Honor. Thank you. I just
You're,
wanted to. That was the call to which we objected.
Right.
There was confusion as to the dates. I just wanted to be clear that there was no.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Then this call is the call we were discussing, which only half was allowed in.
when you say this, the one you intend to offer.
No, this was the 6th call that they didn't get. So that's why we're just not even going to play that one.
You know, we could have avoided a lot of discussion by saying that was not one of the 5, and I could have said you're not entitled to get that in because it wasn't one of the 5. So we could have avoided all of that.
Yes, my apologies.
All right.
I was confused on the notice. So this one's not coming in at all then.
You say this one, you mean?
The one.
No, all right. I'm not going to do this one anymore. Okay. So then, the ruling then with regard to one of the 5 calls, which was noticed to the defense counsel last night, includes that Sahara call that will be numbered here in a minute, and the same ruling applied. There were some objections. Court ruled, and alternative to that objection, and based on the court's ruling, the defense then said, go ahead and play the whole thing then if you're going to allow only one side of the conversation to come in. So based on that, then the whole thing would then come in. All right.
And for the record, Your Honor, the USB is numbered 579.
Who's numbered 579?
The USB, and then every call in there is individually numbered 579.
Okay, so there's going to be 579 USB, and every separate call will be 579.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, and 0.5. Yes?
Yes.
Perfect.
Judge, as I understand, the state intends to introduce or intends to provide transcriptions of these calls?
Of the ones that are primarily in Spanish.
There's one that was primarily in Spanish, Your Honor, and then there was some that has some Spanish sprinkled in there. And we would need to translate. But the one that was the majority of it was in Spanish, we opted to get it translated.
Good option.
Thank you.
Okay.
And that will be, that's a certified transcription. I'm just worried about the evidentiary importance of a transcription and asking for it is a certified, right?
It's the same individual that certified the video statements.
That's the transcript?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And we have
if
the
you can just
copy.
put them right there, the bailiff will address them right there on. Thank you.
Only when we play that.
Yes.
Thank you.
You can keep that for now. No? Or you have it? Oh, it has a sticker on it. All right, never mind. Do you have an extra one? They need one. Do you have one for them? Ms. Giacomo? Or can we get it from the stack over
We
here?
can get it from over
Yeah.
here, and then we'll just make another copy.
Okay. Let's
Judge,
You got it.
Judge,
Monday.
quick question. If they're going to have the interpreter.
Oh yeah, they have.
Thank you all. Please have a seat. And the state will call its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Dana Sarkis.
Ms. Sarkis, I understand that you've already been sworn in. You may begin when ready.
Good afternoon, Ms. Sarkis.
Good afternoon.
And just for the record, your full name is?
Dana Sarkis
Thank you. And where are you employed?
at the Webb County Sheriff's Office.
What is it that you do at the Webb County's Sheriff's Office?
I'm an intel supervisor for the Webb County Jail.
As an intel supervisor, what is it that your duties consist of?
We monitor jail phone calls and any incoming information from outside agencies.
And is it just yourself, or are there other individuals that you supervise?
We have other intel analysts there.
What do the intel analysts do?
They monitor phone calls, monitor jail cameras, any information coming in, any outgoing information.
As a supervisor, do you also supervise, or do you also monitor some of the information, whether it's email or a telephone call?
Yes.
Why does the Webb County Jail, under the watch of the Webb County Sheriffs, monitor the information that goes in and out of the jail?
For the safety of the jail, the safety of the inmates.
And what authority do you have as an intel analyst to monitor these communications? What do you do?
It's a common practice that any facility has with inmates, and it's also through the Texas Commission of Jail Standards.
Is it common practice to allow inmates at the jail to have both types of communication, telephone calls and emails?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the system that is in place to allow inmates to make these communications, whether it's an email or a phone call?
Yes.
Okay. Now, my understanding is that recently the telephone communication changed. So for now, I want to talk about the communication system that was in place in 2018. Until when did the communication system change?
December of 2022.
Okay, so from 2018, when Mr. Burgos first became an inmate at the Webb County Jail, to November, December of 2022, what was the name of the communication system that existed at the time?
IC Solutions.
And was this IC? It was IC or ICS communications?
IC Solutions.
IC
ICS
Solutions.
for short. IC Solutions.
Is this communication system? Are you familiar with it?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the name of the new system that was implemented in 2022?
Smart Communications.
And these two systems are solely for allowing the either jail calls or emails, correct?
Correct.
Now, how is it, or do these communication systems automatically log an incoming call or an outgoing call or an incoming message or an outgoing message?
Yes.
And so that is a log. Do they also, do these systems, do they record the activity, not necessarily? So we talked about the communications, the log of the communications, the timing and stuff. What about the contents of these communications?
Yes.
Both email and
Phone
telephone.
calls. Yes, ma'am.
And they are done automatically
Yes, by the system.
as they are occurring.
Yes.
Do you know if this is a common practice, or if this is of these records kept in the regular conducted business of the Webb County Jail?
Yes.
And is making the record of these jail calls and emails the regular practice of the Webb County Jail?
Yes.
In these systems, and I'm going to ask you to explain to the jury how it is an individual would allow access or make it accessible to either a jail call, to any calls or any emails. But I'd like to ask you, are there what do you have access to the logs of the messages, both calls and emails?
Yes.
And are you able to manipulate or to request that this information be organized in a manner, for example, based on telephone number that the calls are made out to?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
I'm tendering to State's Exhibit 573, 574, 575, 576, 577, and 578, and ask you if you recognize them.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Are these true and correct copies of the logs that are maintained pursuant to or as part of both the SMART system and the ICS system?
Uh-huh. Yes.
I'm tending to the defense for review 573 through 578 for the review and offering into evidence under the business record exception. State's offering 573 through 577, Your Honor.
No objection.
Thank you.
Ms. Jackman.
578 or 77?
Oh. Sorry, it's 578. Thank you. Now, I want to, before I publish these, I'd like to, well, actually, it may help. I'm going to show you States 573 and ask you to explain to the jury how an inmate would set up the access to receive a jail call, first under the old system, because these documents have both under ICS and under SMART solution, correct? Okay. So I'm going to ask you to please explain to the jury how an inmate who wants to have access to the jail calls or to make telephone calls or receive them, how they would go about doing so under the old system, which is the ICS.
So when you're first booked ever at the Webb County Jail, there's above the phones, there's steps on how to create and generate a PIN. So the Webb County Jail will provide you with an ID/ISO number that is unique to you, and then you need to create your own PIN number that you create with whatever numbers you want, and you need to state United States of America and your name.
Okay. Now, now when somebody registers a phone number, for example, under the old system, which is the ICS solutions, correct?
Yes.
Back then, will you share with the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how these identifiers pertain or show that they are uniquely for a specific individual at the jail?
Right. So in this page, you can see that it's the inmate ID. That inmate ID is given to the inmate, and then you can see the last name, the phone number that they're calling, and then the first name towards the very, very right.
First name.
That. Mm-hmm.
And so this would be the ID number for Mr. Burgos-Aviles?
Yes. So when you are doing the phone call, they'll tell you to add the ID number followed by your PIN, and you would put it together to make the phone call.
And this is to verify that these calls are made by Mr. Burgos?
Yes.
Now, how is it that you determine the registered name for the phone number, for example, in this situation or in this State's Exhibit 573? We've asked you, the state asked you to organize them by phone number, correct?
Correct.
And could you tell me who phone number 1 belongs to?
That belongs to Amy Burgos.
Objection on the basis of knowledge, Your Honor.
Let's rephrase, please.
Will you explain to how it is that the jail facility maintains records of how that phone number or who that phone number is registered to?
With the jail call context, you can see that they're calling each other wife, or, they go into detail about kids and things like that. It's all with the jail's phone calls.
Now let me ask you, is there in the new system, this was in the ICS system, in the smart solutions, it's presented in a slightly different manner, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, will you explain how this system, an individual is registered to make the calls?
Yes, so in the new system with smart communications, you need to create a username. You need to provide your name, your last name, your date of birth, an address, an email address, and sometimes it even catches the IP address. So that's another way to identify who they're calling.
And when you say you need to register this, who are you referring to needs to register this?
The person that wants to receive calls from the inmate.
So does the Webb County Jail have a record of the person who registered this call to?
Yes.
Okay. Or from, actually, right?
Call to, and that would be Amy Burgos.
Okay. And this is maintained as part of your records under the system?
Yes.
Now, I noticed that there are different phone numbers, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain the distinction or why there are two phone numbers associated to this registered name of Amy Burgos?
We assume...
Judge, objection, may we approach? Is this being broadcast on streaming Ms. Burgos' personal number?
Your Honor, in order for me to bring the records in and to identify them, this is why. May I reapproach?
Go ahead.
And for the record, did you go through and separate and organize the business records, the logs, by phone numbers?
Yes.
And you confirmed and verified that these phone numbers belong to specific individuals?
Yes.
Now, on State's Exhibit 573, there was 2 phone numbers associated with her.
Correct.
And you were able to confirm that they were registered to Amy Burgos.
Correct.
And I want you to, in addition to organize in a certain way, we asked you to let us know or to inform the jury how many phone calls in the time span that he's been there, how many phone calls were made in the duration of his stay here at the Webb County Jail.
For ICS, it was a total of 2,269 calls.
Okay. And for smart communication?
Let me verify that. Hmm. 51.
Okay. And these were to Amy Burgos?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to do the same with these, and I just, for the purpose of verifying that the registered owners for the phone numbers that are within these documents were in fact registered to these individuals.
Yes.
I'm going to now show you 574 and ask you again. The documents or the logs that are contained within 574, did you confirm that the phone number that is identified within was registered to Guillermina Aguilar?
Yes.
And as part of your, what is it, Intel analyst, were you able to determine that Guillermina Aguilar is Mr. Burgos-Aviles' grandmother?
Correct.
Okay. And how many phone calls under the ICS system were made using that system?
2,099.
And for the new system?
254.
Okay, thank you. On 575, again, were you able to confirm as part of your duties that the phone number contained within is associated to the registered owner or registered to Marisol Aviles?
Correct.
And is, as an analyst, you or those that work under you were able to determine that Marisol Aviles is Mr. Burgos-Aviles' mother?
Correct.
States Exhibit 576, again, the phone number contained within, is it registered in your records to belong to Carlos Burgos?
Correct.
And he is, from your analysis, is the father of Mr. Burgos-Aviles.
Correct.
Ronald Burgos-Aviles.
Correct.
Two more. On State's Exhibit 577, there are the phone number contained within. The registered owner you have verified was Amanda Buxton.
Correct.
And how many calls using the ICS system
50.
and the smart communication system?
0.
And then 578, Sahara Cambron. And did your records indicate that the phone number contained within belonged to registered owner or the registered name of Sahara Cambron?
Correct.
And how many calls were made using the ICS calls?
58 calls.
And the smart communication calls?
235.
And when did the smart communication calls come into play?
December 2022.
So in the last 6 months, those are the calls that have been made.
Correct.
And for Amy Burgos, his wife, smart communications, it was in the last 6 months?
Correct.
And how many communications or how many calls were made to Miss Amy Burgos?
51.
Now, will you describe how an inmate has access or the protocols followed for an inmate to have access to the phone or device allowing email communications?
So in each cell, depending how big or how small the cell is, there's a certain amount of tablets that allow you to be able to message with whoever's registered under, that account for the smart communications. With ICS, we never had messages, just phone calls.
So the messaging just began in late 2022.
Yes, December 2022.
And do they have free access or access to this 24/7, or are there certain time frames?
From 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. 11 p.m. it would be lockdown, and the inmate need to turn it into the guards, and they put them to charge in a charging portal.
Now, I believe that there's a difference in the manner in which an individual can request to receive calls from somebody who's at the jail under the ICS and under the smart, is it smart
Communication.
communication? Does the smart communication require that the registered caller set up an account for it to be paid by them?
Correct.
And did the other system, the ICS, require this?
Same thing, yes.
Now, are you familiar with Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles?
Yes,
How is it that you're familiar with him?
because he's housed at the Webb County Jail.
Have you ever met him?
Maybe once or twice.
Are you familiar with his voice?
Yes.
How is it that you're familiar with his voice?
After being in the jail for 4 years and listening to his calls, you get familiarized with the voices of certain inmates.
And then at the beginning of each call, is that identifier that you referred to in your testimony earlier also documented within the ICS system or your record, the way you record these calls?
Yes, they have to state their name.
And do they also have to use a unique identifier?
Correct.
Were you and the other analysts monitoring the emails and the phone calls of Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles?
Yes.
And the individuals that we mentioned are the individuals that he has been communicating with?
Correct.
And may I approach?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 579 and ask you to recognize it.
Yes, I do.
tendering to the defense, States Exhibit 579, which contains the phone calls that have been provided through discovery to the defense and we're offering to evidence.
Subject to our previous objections, Your Honor.
Are you offering?
Yes, Your Honor, States offers 579.
And similar ruling of the court, as our earlier discussion outside of the jury, and it has been adopted, the exhibit.
Permission to publish the phone calls?
This is the one that has the 4.
Yes.
So you're offering 579
Through 579.
579.1, 0.2, 0.3, and 0.4.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Same announcement on your end on all 4,
Yes, Your Honor.
and then same ruling from the court. If they're overruled, then we are.
Now, before we begin, do you recall the phone calls that we prepared for presentation today?
Yes,
And they were to who?
to Amy Burgos.
Eight, 5. Please say it again. United States of America.
United States of America.
Press 0 to make a prepaid for calls within the United States.
Do you recall the date of States Exhibit 579.1?
April 18, 2018.
Hello, you have a free call. This call will be recorded and subject to monitoring at any time. Thank you for using IC Solutions. You may begin speaking.
Hey, just let it all out right now. What else you gotta tell me?
Hello?
What else did they tell you at work, or what else did they say they were joking with you? That's not to be joking with. What is he joking with?
About the kid. And then that's pretty much it. And I know a couple of people were asking Caitlin what's going on, but like all that.
What? I can't hear you.
And then they were asking Caitlin about what happened with the police and all that stuff. People were asking her. And also, like I said, they just made a joke about having kids outside their marriage.
Okay.
So that's it. That's the only thing that happened today. That's why it wasn't that bad of a day. Because yesterday was worse.
Why? What did they tell you yesterday?
Yesterday they were telling me about the victims, Ronald.
What are all the victims?
They were telling me about them, about their family, about how they're hurting, about what you did.
Okay.
What they're saying. That's what they're saying.
Okay. All right.
I'm not saying anything. I'm just telling you what they're telling me.
No, it's fine. I understand. Just remember what I told you yesterday. Everybody is doing all kinds of things and making all the reasons and whatever. You just gotta I know it's hard, but you just gotta don't listen to that.
That is an understatement. It's more than that for me. It's like my whole life is destroyed. Like all of my peace. And I was just, I wasn't even doing anything to anybody. So it's just all this feels like it's happening to me for no reason.
Yeah. Well, I already told you all my fault, right? That you didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, but I'm paying for it too.
I'm sorry, alright? I'm sorry.
And on top of that, I'm all myself here. Like, I have my mom, but she's not helping me with everything there. And I'm like, everybody else, like in the public, I'm by myself. With everybody looking at me.
I'm sorry, but please you understand that this is just people saying these things. These things are not fucking true.
them that you told them that you were dating somebody named Lindsay as well,
Okay.
behind my back. Okay, so yes?
No, Amy.
No, well, I see.
Well, I'm not talking about that right now. Just so you know
Oh
about
my gosh. Oh, sorry, but I have to see you, right?
Well, I'll have to let you go if that's going to be the case. I guess we'll talk, I don't know, next couple days. Yes?
Why a couple days?
So you can, you know, chill out and... We're not going to talk about that right now. Okay? Well, I will explain everything to you. Because you gotta remember, it's like how the cops told me that you said stuff that I'm not gonna mention. And it's just so dumb to be talking about this on the fucking phone and making all this shit.
Okay, forget about it.
1 minute remaining.
Just asking me what's going on with me. I'm sorry for bringing it up.
That's fine. Hello?
Yeah.
You know, just for the sake of everything, I might not just call you like a couple times a week.
Why?
Because we're getting into arguments and things, you know, that we shouldn't be saying.
Okay. If that's what you want to do.
That's not what I want. What's happening.
Okay.
Because I can't, you know, because I want to fight with you and I want stuff.
I know, I miss you too.
Thank you for using IC Solutions.
Judgment, we approach.
It's approach, please. After requesting. That's fine.
Call number.
It'd be helpful.
I'm sorry?
If you want to call out the timestamp of when you're forwarding it to us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Using IC Solutions.
This time, Your Honor, is 151.
Thank you.
The tax back that I I speak.
Your Honor, at 138.
Thank you.
Solution. You may begin speaking now. Hello. I just said I went to go get the stuff from the daycare because the tax guy said I needed to have a PDF picture of it.
Okay.
So I went, and then Sasha, Leslie, she wants to talk to me about everything. And so leave me in a really bad mood. She wasn't trying to be mean or anything. She was just talking about it, and she was saying that her husband is having a really hard time. It's just everything was making me so sad, and I just feel mad at you.
What did you tell her husband what?
She was saying that everyone's taking it hard, like the news about you.
Oh.
And it's making me feel upset because I had to talk about stuff. Like, she was asking me about things, and I was just like, didn't tell her a lot. I just was telling her, like, that I can't bring Damien in. I'm trying to figure out my mental situation, and then maybe he can go back if things get better, but I don't know. And then it just made me upset because I'm just feeling mad at you, Ronald. I'm mad at you.
Okay. It's something that I can't talk to you so that we can.
Yeah, because you know the bad things I'm thinking about. You know what I'm thinking about, and I can't even talk to you, and it's making me mad because I'm going through this alone myself. And all I feel like is in the end, like I never even knew you. That's what I feel like.
Yeah, like always. And then it also sucks that you probably believe everything you hear. Just like everybody else.
It just frustrates me because when I was in the room and they were doing the court hearing, I could hear them reading out messages of eggplant emojis that you were saying it was in March of 2018. Like, you just made me so mad at me. You betrayed me. You betrayed me. Too bad you betrayed me. And something, and you betrayed me. I'm not telling you good day, that's all.
When I told you, don't believe everything you hear.
Yeah, it was just read in the court of law.
Yeah, like I said, I try to, just tell you everything like I know it is, but can't tell you. No?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Talk to him.
I got the information for Florida. 1 minute.
For the what?
I got the information for the Florida daycare.
Florida?
So we don't owe taxes anymore.
What do you mean information for what Florida daycare?
I paid daycare in Florida for half a year.
This year?
2017.
That's why we're doing. That's why I keep forgetting. Yes. Okay.
Because I didn't come back until May.
Yes, you're right. I forget that the taxes is the last year taxes, like we gave last year.
Yeah, so I spent more than $5,000 just on Damien alone, just for my son for 1 year for daycare. That's not even counting the extra babysitters I had to pay.
Why are you saying that like it's a bad thing?
They're saying that's a lot. That's why I can't do it right now.
I know it's a lot, but that's that's expected.
Thank you for using IC Solutions. Goodbye.
Five 79.3.
579.3 will be published.
Yes,
Very well.
Call number. Yes, I have. Call 9. Recorded.
Timestamp 127, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Finally. Oh.
Thank you for using IC Solutions. You may begin speaking.
Hello.
Well,
Finally, what are you doing?
what?
Zero?
Mm-hmm.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, why is taking so early? I wanted to ask him something.
It's not early. It's 9:42.
You know, I've been calling you since 8 o'clock. Since like 8, since 8 o'clock, right?
No, I saw a missed call at 9:13 and I was in the shower.
Oh yeah, okay, fine. But my time here is 8 o'clock.
Okay, so it's my time 9 something. I went to the shower and I laid down the bed and fell asleep. People had a technology medicine, not put in sleep.
So he's like laying on top then?
No. They both are supposed to go on a walk today. Because I have a race coming up in Sunday. How was your day?
I'm just here.
And
I'm just here.
nothing happened?
No, well, I'm just reading.
Did your lawyer was humiliated?
Oh, why?
Just remember he said he won.
What?
Remember he said he won.
When?
When you asked me to ask him his too, remember he's like, oh, and he's working with like a college or like a clinic or something?
I don't know. Well, that was a long time ago, so.
I know. Did he ever come visit?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Sorry, because I keep track of time, so I don't know if I'm like when we had a conversation. Anyway, is that Damien there?
No, he didn't sleep.
Oh, I really want to ask you something.
You what, Ronald?
Huh?
What you want?
What are you worried about? It's nothing bad, Amy, shit.
I'm not saying anything, no.
Can you wake him up real quick?
No, I'm not gonna wake him up.
Huh?
No, I'm not gonna wake him up.
Dang, that sucks. That's really messed up, man.
Why?
Because I don't get to talk to him all the time, and I don't get to see him, and I don't know, I think that's like messed up like this.
You call me every day and you don't talk to him all the time.
Yeah, I know, man, because I talk to you.
That's your own choice.
Huh?
That's your own choice.
Hey, what's the matter with you? Why are you mad?
You don't like when you call me and boss me around, Donald.
I'm not bossing you around, man. I was asking nicely, man. Damn, you know what? Never mind, man. You should have never said that, honestly. That's
Why?
Oh, that's messed up, man. That's really messed up. You know, that's really fucked up, man. You're saying it like, oh, yeah, oh, it's your own choice, whatever. You know, yeah, I don't have, obviously, I don't have the time to talk to everybody. You know, I've already talked to your ass because your ass doesn't know how to fucking manage money. So I have to talk to you last time, and then I ask you something, and then you know, like, just, man, you're fucked up, man. Anyway, so how was your day?
It was fine.
Huh?
It was fine.
Well, what's wrong with you? Just tell me right now what's the matter with you? Well, what do you have an attitude for?
I can't talk about it with him.
What?
I can't talk about it with him.
Why?
Because
Because what?
it's concerning you.
Okay. What?
In regards to our whole relationship.
And where did this come from?
Where did this come from?
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking about God.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Actually, I'm thinking about God. I'm thinking about things that I've had to overcome in my life.
Uh-huh.
And that it was not me that overcame it. God has helped me overcome things. And that just made me upset. It sucks now, but it sucks that this is our relationship forever now.
Well, what
It
is
gets frustrating because I'm the only person, right? And I'm married to you, and I can't even have like a marriage with you.
Amy, you know what? Can I tell you something real quick?
Yeah.
I've never ever. If you want to bounce, go ahead and bounce. If you have like second thoughts and shit like that, you know, do your thing. I mean, you're out there, you can do whatever you want, you know? Who's gonna stop?
I'm not doing whatever I want.
Well, I mean, I don't mean it like that, what I'm saying. Like, you're gonna go over here, give me the speech and whatever, man. Like, go ahead, man.
Oh, that's so easy for you, right? To say.
I mean, I always told you, if you want to leave, you leave. You've done it before.
What are you talking about? I still talk to you.
I know you do, but I know you talk to me, but I just, you know, you're making it seem, I don't know.
I left. I left because of the bad things you were doing.
You know what? I told you many times, if you want to leave, nobody told me. You know, you don't have to, I don't have no
Actually, that's
So right now, if you're giving me this little speech or whatever, you know, you're sitting over here like, I don't know, like you're hostage or whatever. I'm letting you know right now. You're out.
I'm not saying I'm a hostage at all. Me, hold on. Excuse me.
If you're complaining about this marriage or whatever, then go on, get married with somebody else. I can't give you whatever the heck is that you're looking for, you know? Nobody's making you stay. I told you plenty of times, if you want to leave me, just let me know. Don't be freaking playing nice over here. And, you know, just because, I don't know, for whatever reason. If you feel a certain way and you want to do something, just let me know. We'll take care of it. Don't be just playing nice just because I'm here. You know, don't feel bad for me or whatever. And don't feel bad for yourself either. Like, oh, this is what our marriage is. Well, it doesn't have to be like that. You just can't just get rid of it and get somebody else.
I know you think that, okay? But I'm not like that.
I'm not saying that you're like that. I'm just letting
So
you.
I'm trying to tell you, Ronald, don't think that for any second that me hanging on to you, it has anything to do with me feeling sorry for you. I don't. I don't feel sorry for you. I hold on to you because I still love you. Because I have that attachment. It's for me. It's not for you. I just want to make that clear. It's not a pity thing. I don't do it to make you happy. I do it because you are part of me.
Yeah, we're over there complaining and shit. So I'm just
because it makes me sad that I cannot have that physical part with you. I get lonely too, Ronald.
It is what it is, Amy. You know, it is what it is. You know, there's plenty of people in the world that go through this.
It's not insane.
No, nothing's fair anymore. Think about the people that they're like, one day, like, the guy wants to work and he got into a car accident and he died. And the chick stayed by herself, you know? It's not fair for her, right? Hello?
Yeah, you know what, Ronald? Honestly, I know you say, oh, like, oh, go, do you want to get married with somebody else, get married with someone else? Honestly, I have such a distrust for people, such a distaste for people, but I have no desire to do that.
Well, I think like it's your problem. You know what, man? I don't know what the heck is wrong with you, honestly. Hello?
What was a weird thing to say?
Oh yeah, it is your problem, man. If you don't trust people, that's your problem. If you don't distrust other people, that's your problem. You used to trust people before, so I don't know what the fuck you're over there like not trusting people now.
Yeah, maybe you should pray about that, Ronald. Maybe you should pray and ask for that answer.
I'm not gonna answer. That's your problem, not mine.
Thank you. That's so very sweet of you, just like always.
Oh yeah, you know what? Fuck that. I'm over here and I don't know what the fuck I did to you or what, but I just asked you. I want to talk to you when you come out with your fucking answer. You know, I'm really fucked up. Really messed up. Well, that's fine. No, man, I don't even want to go there, man. Yeah, there's something that I don't know what the heck is wrong with you, but I don't know. That's my choice, alright. Anyways, so anything else you want to say?
No.
Are you sure? Because when I ask you, you don't say shit, and then all of a sudden you just want to blow it out of nowhere. So just let it all out right now.
No, I don't.
What?
No.
So what? So you're gonna do it later?
No, I'm not going to. That's my problem.
No, that's not like.
No, I did. This is all my feelings are my problem.
No, that's not what I
What's
said. I said you go to distrust of other people is your problem.
Okay, and I will deal with my problems then. Just like I deal with all the other problems.
Huh? So yeah, tell me, what's up?
Nothing bad. I will try to deal with it.
Huh?
I told you I'll deal with my problem. Just like I deal with all my other problems.
Can you please not be like that? You know I don't have a lot of time to be like on the phone. You already know that and you want to act like that. Huh? Hello?
Yeah.
Tell me.
Well, how many other problems?
Man. Hello?
Yeah.
So you want to talk to me or no?
Yeah, I'll talk to you.
Hey, you know what?
What?
You complained before that I was calling you late. I try to call you at a certain time that I've been calling you for a while. You don't answer the phone.
I told you I was taking a
I
shot.
don't give a shit now. Now listen. If you're giving me fucking attitude for no reason, you just want me to, you want me to stop calling you? Is that what it is? Because I mean, it's going from 30 minutes, 20 minutes, now to 10 minutes. Before it got to be, don't call me at this time, call me at this time, now I'm calling you at this time, now you can't answer the phone at this time. So what's the deal?
I'm not saying you not to call me on.
I'm telling you right now, if you got some issue, just let me know. Do you have anything you want to tell me?
No, I don't want you to not call me. And you don't have to do it for 10 minutes anymore. I told you that.
No, but I'm going to, because I know how responsible you are. But that's not what. Did you ever tell me something, Amy? What's bugging
How irresponsible I am?
you? What is bugging you?
Look who's talking, Ronald. irresponsible I am?
What is freaking bugging you?
Nothing. You nothing, Ronald.
All right, you have your chance. All right.
Okay.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Now, Ms. Sarkis, this was State's Exhibit 579.3. It was the third call with Amy. And the date is March 4th, 2020.
Correct.
The next one is with the mom. What is it with the mom? Yes. Now, we have State's Exhibit 579.4. And this is a phone call with the mother?
I'm not sure which one you're talking about.
Do you recall getting a copy of the
Correct,
transcript?
yes.
This is 579.4. And Your Honor, this is the one that is transcribed or translated.
Are you going to publish?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm going to publish that, and then this is solely for the court's records.
That's going to be a non-jury exhibit.
And that one is 582.
Cindy?
I'm going to put it
And-
in 582 non-jury.
Non-jury, thank you.
Ms. Sarkis, do you have the date for 579.4?
Then when it passes,
For the phone call?
Yes, the one with the mother.
I don't have that one. I don't have the date on that one.
Do we have that?
Give me 1 second.
July what? It was, do you recall it being July 5th, 2020? 2023?
I recall this, yes.
Do you recall going over the
Yes,
USB?
I do.
Because we changed it.
Ladies and gentlemen, what you are receiving is a translation of Spanish conversation that is going to be taking place in State Exhibit 579.4. Once it's published, please try and follow along, or you can just listen. Either way, however you. Then we're going to pick those up after the exhibit has been published.
If I can just have a moment. On top of the transcription, it's got a call identifier. Would you be able to find that in your call logs?
You're going to publish it, or?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't have it on here, but I know it's on the USB that we reviewed.
Gracias. Gracias. Esta es una llamada prepagada de parte de... Su llamada ha sido aceptada.
Hello.
Hello.
¿Y por qué no me dijiste que iban a venir por acá?
¿Tienes que pedirte permiso?
No, eso, pero es que tú sabes que eso de estar cayendo de sorpresa en estos momentos, eso no es de personas inteligentes estar haciendo eso.
¿Por qué?
Porque tú sabes que esa gente está pendiente a todo lo que uno hace, las caras de uno, las reacciones, ¿verdad? Y
Yo estoy de lo más feliz y tranquilita allí con Guillermina, con tu
a mí
padre,
no me
con los
importa
otros.
tú, a mí lo que me importa soy yo, ¿me entiendes? Piensa, por favor, usa tu cabeza por un momento. Nada te hubiera costado decirme, mira, voy para allá para que me vean, no te sorprenda, esto y lo otro, voy a estar ahí ya. Pero tú caes ahí sin decirle a nadie nada y después estás ahí riéndote con uno, ¿verdad? A ti nadie te conoce, tú no tienes como 3, 4, 5 cámaras ahí en la cara tuya. ¿Sabes lo que te digo?
You can have the transcript just to the front, and we'll put them on the rail, and we'll pick them up. Thank you.
Now,
You may proceed.
Ms. Sakis, do you also, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you what has been marked as States Exhibit 580 and 581 and ask you if you recognize these.
Yes.
States Exhibit 580 and 581.
Any objection?
Judge, maintaining our hearsay our previous objections.
I'm not sure if your previous objections, when the jury was out, included, do you want to just lay the entire predicate on it, please? I think she only said she recognized it. That was all the questions you asked. Since there is an objection, otherwise I would.
Now, how is it that you're able to identify that these emails are from Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles?
Because it says on the email, the from, which states the inmate's name along with the inmate's ID, and then to the sender, and that's about it.
And is there how is it that an inmate is given access to a device that allows you to give this email?
Through the identification number.
And are those monitored?
Yes.
And this reference number that is listed on each email or message, is that preserved in the documentation for your Webb County Jail records?
Yes.
Did you verify that those reference numbers are belonging to the business record for Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles' personal identification?
Yes.
And so where it says to an individual, it is someone that is registered name.
Correct.
May I publish now?
All right, just being offered, and do you have the objections that you had to the documents at the very beginning, or when we had the break outside the presence of the jury? Is that correct, Mr. Boggs?
Yes, sir.
They are same ruling that I gave you then. Overruled. Your objections are and arguments are incorporated into your objection now, and they'll be admitted.
And Your Honor, is the translator on standby? Because there are some, this one.
Did you all send it to her? Like you did last one? No? You didn't coordinate that?
No,
Okay, let's take a break. A quick break. Let's get those documents over to translators so that we can. Yeah. They're gonna email those to you right now. Thank you. So we can get that out and then we'll bring you right back. It'll be less than 10 minutes, please. We do need to get to the other. Thank you. Please have a seat. Let's continue with the examination of the witness by Ms. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish State's Exhibit 580? Now, Ms. Sarkis, are you able to read the words on State's Exhibit 580?
Yes, duérmete ya.
And we just have to wait for this.
Oh,
Yeah. Just question answer.
Oh. But will you please read this the title basically of this email?
duérmete ya.
Go to sleep now.
And then it is from?
Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles.
And this reference number is?
The reference of the message.
Okay, and what is it?
150-483-227.
Okay. And the inmate number for Mr. Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles is?
His inmate number is 3804.
And who is his email portraying to be?
To Sahara Cambron.
Okay. And it is, what day was it sent?
February 12, 2023 at 8:49 a.m.
And it shows status as?
Recipient read.
Okay. Will you go ahead and proceed in reading this? And if it's in Spanish, we'll just have to take a pause after.
Yes, ma'am. Hi, pues de volada, ¿qué pienso yo?
Hi, well, super quick. What do I think?
Te dije que no tocaras ese tema con mi mai.
I told you not to touch on that matter with my mind.
La conozco muy bien.
I know her very well.
No digas nada, ¿ok?
Don't say anything, okay?
Cuando Alma le dio chance, estuvo ahí meses.
When Alma gave her a chance, she was there for months.
Pa' sacarla tuvo cabrón.
It was hard as fuck to get her out.
I think that's why she doesn't invite her no more. Luego empezó a venir aquí todos los días y pues como la primera semana le dieron chance.
Then she started to come here every day, and for like the first week, they gave her a chance.
Ya cuando se dieron cuenta que lo agarró de carrito, le dijeron que solo era 2 veces por semana y no más.
When they found out that she used it as a little car, they told her that it was only 2 times per week, and that was it.
So my opinion is stay away from that, cause she doesn't have like that sense of I'm bothering people. People have their lives and I need to go. She just stays in there. As you can see, she can stay up all night talking and talking without realizing, oh shit, this girl needs to go to sleep or has a life. I'm not being mean, just realistic. Don't do it. I'm warning you. Plus, you got your dad to worry about. I'm fine here. I got phone, tablet, and I communicate with her. Seeing me is nothing essential. If she wants to see me, I heard they took all kinds of pics of me on the hearing. She can Google it. No, I can't send pics of me. And if I could, I wouldn't. She posts everything on Facebook, so I wouldn't trust her with a pic of me here. By the way, soñé right now that I was in her house.
I had a dream.
I saw like military jets flying over it. Then later on, I saw myself in like a cell, kind of looked like where I'm at. They brought the tablet and I was writing you, and the mail came and they brought me an old letter from May 2021. You wrote me and drew me a SpongeBob. I was trying to read but woke up. Then was like 10 minutes ago. No, I don't think you look like her. Not at all. The face is way different. She's white like me. Not the no sun jail white me of now. The white of before. Her nose is different and her lips are thinner. Anyways, not at all. I can see if she meant it personality-wise. She is nice and friendly and cool and nice to talk to. When she's nice, when she's mad, she's a nightmare. What you mean by, no puedo ver lo que me cuentas?
I couldn't see what you told me to.
You don't believe what I said? 'Cause you can ask Nay. I'm not making shit up. The stuff she did, everyone knows, including my mom. Nada más porque tiene carita de nena buena y viste decente no significa nada.
Just because she looks like a good girl and she dresses nice doesn't mean anything.
So don't let that fool you. What I told you is 100% truth. I don't need to talk bad about her for no reason. To be honest, it annoys me a little because back in the day, my Mom used to defend her all the time and yell at me. I was like, se fue con otro, ¿qué quieres que haga? ¿Que la mame?
She left me for another man. What do you want me to do? To beg?
She didn't take care of me how a woman should, period. I know what's up. I don't need to be making stuff up. I told you straightforward. Yes, she is nice. I told you that I think she is the best mother ever. Yes, that's true. She is an amazing mom. If I was to be born again and God gives me a choice of picking a mom, I would pick her. She never drank, never partied, never left her kids with her mom to go out. She always goes to all school events and practice, and she breastfed both of my sons until they were like 4 years old. That's crazy. But as a woman, she fucking sucks. She left me alone many, many times. She left me many times. She chose someone else over me when that person never even got a card. I got her a house, SUV, clothes, food, and didn't have to work. I took care of her like many dudes can't. So fuck that. To me, she is a traitor. Period. Matter of fact, ayer, after I called my grandma,
Yesterday.
I called HB to talk to Gabriel. No money, whatever. So if I went in a rant, honestly, it bothers me. Because many months ago when I told my mom about what's going on and that HB wanted a divorce, my mom, like always defended her, said, ay, entiéndela, no es fácil.
Hey, try to understand her. It's not easy.
Pobrecita, está sola.
Poor girl. She's alone.
¿Y yo? ¿Y yo no? ¿Y yo estoy aquí en la playa?
And not me. I'm here at the beach.
Ahora está solita.
Right now, she's by herself.
Pero cuando la tenía hecha le valió.
But when she had it made, she didn't care.
Now she has to suffer like all the other single moms. Anyways, look, it's cool that you are talking, pero como que ya estuvo.
But like, that's enough.
No es para que ella te cuente su versión ni opinión de las cosas.
It's not for her to tell you her version or opinion of things.
Because she's not going to tell you straight up. I tell you the facts. What she did and what she didn't do. Hopefully today you move on from being there chismeando con ella.
Gossiping with her.
Don't you have work tomorrow? You should rest. And hopefully you're smart and keep her over there in Puerto Rico. How is it that I warned you about this even before it happened? La conozco. Laters.
I know her.
And from your analysis, were you able to figure out who HB was?
Yes, HB is Amy Burgos.
I'm going to be publishing States Exhibit 581. And what is it titled?
Double letter, sorry, not sorry.
Okay. And the reference number?
144-124-711.
And it is from?
Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles.
To?
Sahara M. Cambron.
And when was it sent?
December 10th, 2022 at 2:50 p.m.
And the status?
Recipient read.
Okay. Will you please read States Exhibit 581?
So do you remember when you said in your letter from November 21st, 2022, quote, no me importa tu ex de SA, la que le gusta panda y Whataburger.
I don't care about your ex from SA, the one that likes panda and Whataburger.
Pero gracias por compartir.
But thanks for sharing.
Okay, I'm sending you this box right here. See it? So in this box, I want you to place your boy David, okay? Then, you can put Danny there with his bitch ass. Don't worry, it's a big box. Gaitan too. Fuck it. He can go for a ride too. I also want you to put Joel in there in the box with his box of SKYNS. Seems like you got yourself in trouble for being messing around base. I wonder what your ex-hubby thought about this. After you're done packing Joel in the box, put in there your Arizona/Italian fan. You can throw the anaconda with all of them in the box too. Don't worry. Where they're going, it won't matter. Then you're New Mexico fan too. Really? Had to be New Mexico? Put Dami, Cubanitos, Trailero, Patience, Quatumer, Guard from Geo, and the other ones that I can't remember them when I was out, and I would see them in your Snap and TKOs and Cricket and whatever. Now, close the box and give it to me. I'm going to close it and lock it with a chain and lock. I'm keeping the key, just in case you get any ideas. Then I'm going to take the box to the airport and I'm going to load the box in a cargo plane, like the military C-130. It should be familiar for the 15 and guy. Then we're going to fly west towards the Pacific Ocean. Why the Pacific? Because it's deep. Once I get to the perfect spot, I'm going to open the back door and I'm going to kick the box out of the plane along all your little fan club. They're going to fall from the sky into the ocean. Then they're going to sink into the deep Pacific Ocean. Then I won't have to hear about them again. En otras palabras,
In other words,
no me importa tu exes de New Mexico, Puerto Rico, Italia, Florida, Laredo, pero gracias por compartir.
I don't care about your exes from New Mexico, Puerto Rico, Italy, Florida, Laredo, but thanks for sharing.
And for the record, on States 578, these are, this shows the volume of messages to the same individual who received these emails?
Correct,
Or
the phone
registered?
calls.
And it says calls
58,
and communications?
235.
Does that include the email messages?
No.
Okay, where are the email messages?
The email messages, we had over 1,000 in total, and from Ms. Sahara was over 400 messages.
And this system became, was put in place in December of
2022, correct.
I pass the witness, right?
You'll reserve, oh, I'm sorry. So, as a result of some, of scheduling, the state, if you're gonna, the defense is gonna hold off on the cross-examination of this witness. So you'll hear from potentially her again if they decide to put her on. But for now, the defense, state is gonna announce.
Your Honor, the state is going to announce, well, we're not going to object to the cross.
You're gonna just take them,
Well, we're,
because they can always call her on their case in chief, but you can call it a cross or reserving of a cross as well. I'm just kind of wondering whether or not you're going to rest now or you're going to hold off.
no, we're not going to rest now because she's subject to cross and then redirect.
Right, and if they call her, if they decide not, you can either call it cross or if they decide not to call her on their case in chief. And I know that they're doing it this way, where you know, I guess you can. This is what I want to know: are you going to put any on any other witnesses after her in your case in chief?
No, she's our last witness, but we're accommodating them.
So we don't want to wait.
So let's just suppose that they were to not ask her questions now and just reserve for their case. They could call her on her case in chief, and then you all could cross her during their case in chief. But either way, what I don't want to do is have to come back and decide we haven't rested yet. I'm going to call another witness. You could potentially call another witness as a rebuttal witness, as you know. But right now, I guess you could decide. We could do it that way. You'll reserve your cross because you're accommodating them with a witness. That'll be fine as well. We can do it that way.
Yes, please.
Either way, it might be the same exact thing, but we'll do it that way. So, Mr. Sarkis, you can now, for now, get off the stand. You are not released from the subpoena. You will continue to be on call for a particular time and date. We'll let you know when that is.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right. So based on that accommodation, we're going to take a witness out of order, sort of, and call your witness.
Judge, at this time we call Mr. Rajiv Gupta.
Doctor. Who was that again?
Dr. Gupta.
Dr. Gupta. Thank you. And Dr. Gupta, over here, sir. Come forward. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Your name, sir?
Rajiv Gupta.
Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand so that you can swear you in.
Do you
swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Right over here. Please careful on the way up. Take a seat, get comfortable, pull up to the mic, and we will start. There's an extra water bottle here if you'd like.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So, thank you for your patience. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Rajiv Gupta.
Okay, and I'm going to start with Mr. Gupta. Are you currently employed?
I am
Okay. Where are you currently employed?
at Riverwood Medical Clinic.
Okay. And where is that? You said Riverwood or Ravenwood? I apologize.
Riverwood,
Okay, Riverwood.
like a river. Yeah, it's right outside Austin in Bastrop County.
Okay. And how long have you been employed at Riverwood Medical Clinic?
27 years.
Okay. And what is your job at Riverwood Medical Clinic?
I'm the internal medicine doctor there. So we just take care of all kinds of patients. We take care of from head to toe all kind of problems.
Okay. So you're a medical doctor, is that
Correct.
right, sir? Okay. So, Dr. Gupta, could you describe your educational background?
So I did my training at UT Galveston from 93 to 96. Before that, I went to medical school in India, in New Delhi. It's called Maulana Azad Medical School. That's one of the top 5 schools in the country.
Okay. And I just want to make sure everyone understands, you did your residency here in Texas, is that correct?
At Galveston, UT Galveston.
It's still Texas.
Still Texas. Yes, sir.
Technically.
Yes, sir.
And am I to understand you've stayed in Texas since that time, is that correct?
That's correct.
And sir, do you hold any certifications?
I'm board certified in internal medicine.
Okay. And could you tell us what board certified means?
So after you finish your residency, you may or may not go through a certification process. It's a 8-hour exam that you have to take, and you have to do it every 10 years. So it's recommended, but it's not mandatory. So about 50% of the doctors do board certification in that area of expertise, and some don't.
So it's like if I'm understanding you correctly, it's like an extra qualification, is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
And you maintained that board certification over these decades?
Yeah. So you have to do it every 10 years. So I've done it, in 2016 was my third board certification.
And what does internal medicine mean?
Internal medicine is the area of medicine where you take care of all internal organs. It could be your brain, your heart, lungs, kidneys. So basically taking care of internal organs.
And do you study drug interactions as a part of that internal medicine?
Most definitely. I mean, that's a big part of our is diagnosis and treatment.
Okay. And have you reviewed any materials related to this case?
I have.
Okay. Judge, may I approach?
You may.
And I'm out of the white bucket getting what's been previously admitted as Defendant's Exhibit 7.
No objections.
Pass the witness, sir.
Sure.
And so I've passed you what has been admitted into evidence as Defendant's Exhibit 7. Are those the medical records that you reviewed?
Yes, yes, they are.
Okay. And whose medical records are those?
Ronald A. Burgos.
Okay. And what was the doctor's name who was serving Mr. Burgos at that time?
I think it was Dr. Perez, if I remember correctly.
Okay. And were there prescriptions that were given to Mr. Burgos by Dr. Perez according to those records?
That's correct.
And what were those prescriptions?
So predominantly there were 3 prescriptions that he received from 2016 to 2018. One was phentermine, one was testosterone injections, and the third was Arimidex.
Okay. So I want to start with the testosterone. Now, that is a drug that most people have heard of. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
Now, Could you tell us why, for medical reasons, someone would be prescribed testosterone?
So medically, it's necessary when your testosterone levels are less. And usually you see that in people over 50, 60 years of age. They're having fatigue, lack of libido, and their testosterone levels are truly low. That's the only indication. But now you see these low T clinics coming up everywhere, and young men are getting it just to increase their muscular strength, increase their libido, and to me that's an abuse of testosterone.
Okay, so I think you, those are some of the non-medically necessary reasons why it's prescribed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And is there anything in your review of those records that indicated that for a medical reason that Mr. Burgos-Aviles needed testosterone?
There's only one testosterone level done in 2018, which was normal. So according to the records, I don't see any indication for that.
Okay. And could you tell us what some of the possible side effects of testosterone are?
So testosterone can have a wide range of side effects. It could be mental and physical side effects. So let me start with the mental side effects. Can I read through this?
If it would refresh your recollection.
Yes.
What do you want to put on the what are you reading through?
Oh,
sorry, this is, we're lawyers.
It's an article from a clinic called McLean Clinic that normally prescribes testosterone shots.
Okay.
So,
Is it all right? May I show it to the district attorney?
please.
So it would refresh your recollection.
That's right, because it's such a long list.
So when you've finished refreshing your recollection, let us know. And we're lawyers. Please don't read from the document.
Do not.
Yes, sir, if possible.
Okay, absolutely. So, for most part, let me start with the mental side effects. There can be frustration, anger, rage, mood swings, depression, just to name the few.
Okay. Now, you'd said that in your review of the medical records, as I understood, that the result indicated that Mr. Burgos-Aviles had a normal level of testosterone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, if you have normal levels of testosterone and then you take more testosterone, is it possible for those side effects to be amplified or increased?
Most definitely.
Okay. And could you tell me how testosterone is administered traditionally?
Typically it's a shot that you take every 2 weeks, but in this case I think he was getting it every week.
Okay. And if it's self-administered, would the doctor write a prescription for the needle as well?
That's correct. And syringes.
Now, you'd indicated, and I think you actually listed it first, and I took it out of order, phentermine. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Could you please tell us, everyone, what is phentermine?
So phentermine is a centrally acting stimulant that decreases your appetite. So it acts on your brain, tells your brain that you're not hungry, and it decreases, though we don't know the exact mechanism.
And so when you say centrally acting, what does that mean?
It acts on the brain.
Okay. Like the central nervous system in the
That's
brain?
correct. That's absolutely correct.
I've exhausted my knowledge. I shouldn't have given
No,
that.
you're absolutely right.
Anyway. Now, why would someone prescribe phentermine?
So phentermine is the most prescribed weight reduction medicine. It helps you reduce your weight by about 5 to 7% at the most. So some people or a lot of people take it maybe 3 months, 6 months at the most to lose that 5%. So basically it's used for weight reduction.
Okay. And is it obesity, or is it just you need to lose a few pounds?
So the medical indication is when your BMI is over 30, or if your BMI is 27 and you have some comorbid conditions like diabetes, high blood pressure, you've had a stroke, heart attack, so then they recommend that you can lose it. But typically it's used for BMI of 30, which is body mass index.
Okay. Now, is there anything in your review of those medical records which indicated what Mr. Burgos-Aviles' his body mass index was?
I think it was close to 28.
Okay, so it was below 30.
That's
Is that
correct.
right? Okay. Now, phentermine, it requires a prescription. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And, is it at a different level of control than other prescriptions?
Oh, most definitely. It's a highly controlled medicine, and so is testosterone. Both are controlled medicines.
And so what do you mean by that, controlled medicines?
So FDA has designated certain drugs that can have mostly effects on your brain, and they like the doctors and the FDA itself to control those medicines. So there are four category of controlled substances, 1, 2, 3, 4. And I think this is category 4 controlled substance. So basically it has a lot of side effects, and especially central nervous system side effects.
Well, could we talk about that now? What are some of the side effects or possible side effects of phentermine?
So again, they can be mental or physical. Let me start with mental side effects. Again, it can cause a lot of mood swings, anxiety, rage, and in the severest form, it can even cause psychosis.
In its most serious form?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I think you testified earlier that traditionally the longest someone is on phentermine is 3 to 6 months. Did I hear that correctly?
That's correct. Typically 3 months, but sometimes you can go up to 4 to 5. I mean, the max that I've seen is 6 months in my life, but typically it's 3 months.
Okay. So, and in your review of the medical records, how long was Mr. Burgos-Aviles prescribed phentermine?
About 2 years, little over 2 years.
Now, you indicated that in its most extreme form, it could cause psychosis. Could you tell us more about what psychosis means?
Psychosis is a very unrealistic behavior where you imagine things, there's delusional thought process, persecutory thought process, like people are coming to get you, people are, there are people in my room at night, or they see a little piece of string sitting out, there's a snake out there. It's just totally dysfunctional and irrational behavior.
Okay. Now, did I understand you correctly? In its extreme form, you're, for instance, seeing things that aren't there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, is it on a continuum, or is it a yes or no, you're psychotic? Do you understand what I mean by continue? If I'm using these words incorrectly, please. Is it a scale, or is it a yes or no question?
So, a lot of these side effects, they have a lot of mood swings. So the graph can go like this. So sometimes they could be manic, sometimes they could be depressed. So it's not on a continuous basis. I mean, they can vary day to day. I'm sure. I mean, did I answer that correctly?
You tell me,
Okay,
doctor.
I think so.
Okay. Well.
I think so.
So you said that it's sort of up and down day to
down.
day. And as I understand, and you're the doctor, does it affect the way the brain operates and your thought processes? Am I understanding that correctly?
Most definitely.
Okay. Now, you also mentioned a third drug, and that was Arimidex? Is that right?
Arimidex.
Okay. And what is Arimidex?
So Arimidex is a drug used mostly in women with breast cancer because those are estrogen sensitive cancer. So it basically decreases the conversion of testosterone to estrogen. So it's indicated in women because you don't want so much estrogen. I have never seen it being used in a man. So just putting two and two together, I think it is to increase the testosterone levels.
Okay.
It seems like the sole purpose of this drug in this case.
Based on your review of the medical records.
That's correct.
So, it's prescribed testosterone, phentermine, and then this third drug, Arimidex. And based on your review, it appears that it was designed to boost the testosterone levels.
That's correct.
Okay. And I believe, well, let me ask you this. At some point, do the records indicate testicular dysfunction as a possible reason for the prescription?
I saw that in the notes that the reason for Arimidex was testicular dysfunction, but I would not agree with that diagnosis.
Okay, well, why wouldn't you agree with that diagnosis?
But testicular dysfunction basically means inability to have children, and I'm told that Mr. Davila had children. So obviously he did not have testicular dysfunction.
And again, the only, I apologize, I have some allergies. I already asked you if you'd look at my tickle in my throat.
Yes, you did.
Anyway, now the only test that you saw indicated that Mr. Burgos-Aviles' testosterone levels were normal. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, doctor, in your practice as a board-certified internist, have you ever prescribed testosterone?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Why do you prescribe it?
Like I said earlier, when there's a medical necessity, when testosterone levels are low, so first thing we do is we get a testosterone levels. And if those are low and patients having other side effects, if side effects of low testosterone, then we prescribe testosterone.
Okay. And the combination of testosterone, phentermine, and Arimidex, have you ever prescribed
Never.
that combination together?
Never.
Okay. Have you seen other doctors prescribe that combination together?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Judge, if I could just have one moment. Thank you for your patience, doctor. I would pass the witness.
Thank you. Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Isidro Alanis. I'm the district attorney for Webb County. We've not met before, correct?
Yes, we have not.
And just for the record, you've been hired by Mr. Boggs and his team to come and testify in this case?
That's correct.
And you're being paid for your testimony?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you'd agree with me that you're not here to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that Mr. Burgos had psychosis on April the 9th of 2018. Would you agree with me on that?
By no means. I cannot say that.
In fact, have you ever, up until today, and this crime occurred back in 2018, more than 5 years ago?
That's correct.
Okay, and you've never examined Mr. Burgos?
I have not.
Okay, have you met Mr. Burgos?
I have not.
Okay, can you identify Mr. Burgos in the courtroom?
I think he's sitting next to
Okay.
Willie.
Pardon
me?
And in reviewing the records, Doctor, were you able to see where he had more than 11 visits with Dr. Perez?
Yeah, I think he was seen every 3 months.
Okay, and in those 3 months, did Dr. Perez on each visit conduct a interview or physical examination and then go through the screening process of the self-reporting? Did you see that in the records that are in front of you?
I didn't see any definite examination in there.
Okay. Did you see the notes that are included in there? And if you can refresh your memory by looking at there on the visits by Mr. Burgos.
Yep, I do see that.
Do you see on the top of each page where there's a long list of symptoms that they go over on each visit? Can you find that?
So it says chief complaint, testicular dysfunction, dietary counsel.
Okay, can I approach so I could expedite things here?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Please.
This has already been admitted as Defendant's Exhibit 7. I'm going to show you these, what it says here. Can you read that for the jury?
Progress note,
And this is the visit date,
April 5th, 2016.
and that's the doctor, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You see over here where his chief complaint, can you read?
Yeah, testicular dysfunction and dietary counsel.
Okay. And these are the medications that you just testified to?
That's correct.
And you said that this other Armadex just helps boost the testosterone, correct?
That's the only reason I can find
Okay, so
within
in
the
your
medical
opinion,
record.
it boosts testosterone. So in essence, it's a dose of testosterone and phentermine together.
Correct.
Over here under review of systems, under Dr. Perez's notes, you see where
Mhm.
it says, what does it say here?
Constitution denies fatigue, fever, chills, weight loss, eyes, changes in vision, denies changes in vision.
These are more patient notes here.
You want me to read?
1 second. Okay. Who does this chart belong to?
Ronald Burgos.
Okay, and what does it say here? He denies, right?
Denies.
If you can just, I don't know if those pages have, if they have a page number at the bottom or not.
This is page 30 of 105.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that. Defendant's exhibit. So under Ronald Burgos, it says denies, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and denies what?
Lumps, tenderness, nipple discharge,
Okay, and he also denies what?
chest pain, irregular heartbeat, dyspnea, and exertion.
In the respiratory section, what does he deny?
Shortness of breath, cough, hemoptysis.
And over here in gastrointestinal, he denies.
Diarrhea, dysphagia, abdominal pains, blood in stools.
In this other, how do you pronounce this?
Genitourinary.
Okay, he denies.
Urgency, frequency, dysuria, nocturia, hematuria.
In the integument, what is
Denies rash, new skin lesion, changes to existing skin lesions or moles.
Neurological,
Denies incoordination, memory difficulties.
and the musculoskeletal.
Denies joint pain.
In the endocrine,
Denies cold intolerance, weight loss.
in the psychiatric,
Denies depression, difficulty sleeping, compulsive behaviors.
in the heme lymph,
Denies easy bleeding, easy bruising, lymph node enlargement, or tenderness.
on this same patient, there's the physical examination that takes place, correct?
That's correct.
And on the same patient, he continues with the physical examination.
That's correct.
Are these things you do also?
Pretty much.
So Dr. Pettis was doing what doctors do?
Pretty much, yeah. These are
called what?
These are templates for EMR, electronic medical records.
Okay. That's when you sit at your computer there when the patient's waiting and you update the.
Correct.
When you ask the questions to the patient, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So, were you able to see that in this big stack of records here, and I'm not going to go through it, but are you familiar that he went through this drill 11 times in those 2 years?
That's correct.
And that did you review that every time he went, it was the same responses?
That's correct.
In other words, there was no reporting of any problems by the patient. Do you agree with that?
That's correct.
Including psychiatric problems, correct?
That's correct.
And I'll fast forward all the way Judge, I'm just moving a little bit quicker through the whole paperwork here for you. I'm going to now jump to a year later in 2017. The chart for Mr. Burgos, page 89 of 105. These are the patient notes, correct?
That's correct.
And again, I'm just going to have you read from the top to where my hand is for the jury.
Denies lumps. I think I just lost the top line.
Okay, sorry about that.
Denies lumps, tenderness, nipple discharge, cardiovascular, denies chest pain, irregular heartbeats, dyspnea on exertion, respiratory, denies shortness of breath, cough, hemoptysis, gastrointestinal, denies diarrhea, dysphagia, abdominal pain, blood in stools, genitourinary, denies frequency, urgency, frequency, dysuria, nocturia, hematuria, integument, denies rash, new skin lesion, changes to existing lesion, skin lesions or moles, neurological, denies an incoordination, memory difficulties, musculoskeletal, denies joint pain, endocrine, denies cold intolerance, weight gain, psychiatric, denies depression, sleeping difficulty, compulsive behavior, heme and lymph, denies easy bleeding, easy bruising, lymph nodes enlargement or tenderness, and allergic immunologic, denies sinus allergy symptoms.
So what is manic behavior?
Manic is if suddenly somebody comes in and just is too happy, is going on a shopping spree, just spending all the money on his credit card. I mean, just totally in a manic phase.
Compulsive.
It could be.
It could be. But he didn't report any of that, right?
He did not. But if I might just point that all those descriptions are same on every visit.
Correct.
And those are auto-populated.
Exactly, but they would be. You weren't in the examination room when this happened, right?
Absolutely
So
not.
you can't tell the jury what was going on in there, can you?
Absolutely not.
I'm just
But-
asking you to read what's in here.
Sure.
Okay. Because as a doctor, you're responsible for just like a lawyer, you're responsible for the work product that comes out of your office.
Most definitely.
Now, I want to look here at the date on this visit here. Can you tell us?
2/8 of 2018.
February of 2018.
That's correct.
Do you remember? Do you recall or understand that the murder in this case took place in April of 2018?
That's correct.
So this would be shortly before that.
2 months before that.
Here on the notes, is there anything here that is not normal?
Yeah, it's everything is denied.
Okay, everything is denied, including the psychiatric symptoms of depression, difficulty sleeping, or compulsive behaviors. Is that
Correct.
As well as in the physical examination, everything is normal.
That's correct.
Correct. And that was the last record in this stack, correct?
That's correct.
If I understood on your testimony, and if you would agree with this statement, that testosterone alone does not cause psychosis.
That's correct.
Am I correct on that?
That's correct.
Okay. You have prescribed testosterone.
I have.
Okay. I want to talk about. Would you agree with my statement that there are no case studies or cases where testosterone with phentermine cause psychosis?
You mean the combination?
The combination.
I haven't seen any studies to that effect.
Okay. So you haven't seen any studies, and you'd agree with me that there are no studies where phentermine and testosterone cause psychosis. Correct?
Well, they're typically never prescribed together.
That's not my question. Do you have any case studies?
I do not.
Okay. Now, phentermine by itself, in some, using your words, in some extreme situations, could cause psychosis.
That's correct.
Okay, let's visit that. Let's visit that subject. Isn't it true, doctor, that in the cases, and if you've done the research, where phentermine causes psychosis is when patients themselves overdose on the amount of phentermine that is prescribed?
Not necessarily. It can happen at normal dose, and it can happen at overdose, obviously.
What is the normal dose?
The max is 37.5 milligrams.
Okay. And is that the max or the minimum?
The max.
Okay. Do you know what Mr. Burgos was being prescribed?
If I remember correctly, I think it was 37.5 milligrams.
So that's legal, correct?
That's it.
Okay. And you say that you have not prescribed phentermine and testosterone together.
Yeah, because both are controlled substances, and that's usually in medical practice. That's not recommended.
But it's not to say that it's illegal, is it?
It's not illegal.
Okay. One of them is an appetite suppressant. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's phentermine.
That's correct.
And the other one is, like you said, for increased strength, libido, muscular structure, things like that.
Yeah, but that's not a medical indication for using that.
I'm
That's
not
what
saying
it's
that. I'm
commonly
just-
used.
Yes, but you said that a lot of patients use it for those purposes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Isn't it true that in your studies, or if you got to study this, that psychosis when taking fentanyl will manifest at onset of taking the medication. And when I say manifest, I'm saying within the first week, 2 weeks, month, right when you begin to take it is when it can happen.
Not necessarily. I've seen it happen later, and normally it's not recommended to be treated for more than 3 to 6 months, so you don't see much of that.
I understand, and that's not my question. I need you to answer specifically my questions. And you're free to answer. This is your opinion.
Sure.
I respect your opinion. All I'm wanting to ask you is that isn't it true that the symptoms of psychosis when taking fentanyl begin typically at the onset of ingesting the medicine?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Now, we've established that you're not Mr. Burgos' physician, correct?
That's correct.
And you've never done any blood work on Mr. Burgos?
I have not.
Now, would it surprise you, doctor? And of course, I'm we're going back in time here, right? That if somebody suffering from psychosis, for example, and I don't know if Mr. Boggs called it something, a continuum, or the progression, or whatever it is. If you're suffering from psychosis, would it be your opinion that somebody at work, a supervisor, coworker, family member, friend, would detect something in your behavior?
Like I said earlier, normally these people, graph goes like this. So, one day they could have it, one day they could not. It's not a continuous, sustained effect. So it's possible it may not be detected, but because it's not a continuous phenomenon. They have a lot of mood swings, so to say.
So you're saying that the psychosis can manifest itself for about 15 minutes while you're committing a double homicide?
I'm not suggesting that, and I never mentioned that.
Because you weren't there that day, correct?
I wasn't.
Now, these medications, you say they're controlled substances, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You're familiar with the safeguards, right, that the medical industry, the pharmaceutical industry, that they have in place in the distribution of these medicines?
Yes, they do.
Right? So, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what safeguards are in place at the pharmacy if you want to go and double up on your meds?
Well, the doctor, when they're prescribing, they always go over the side effects, what things to watch, and then the pharmacy also gives them a handout. And if it's a controlled substance, then it gets automatically reported.
Correct.
The pharmacy board keeps a record of that.
But the point I'm trying to make to you is when I drive up to the pharmacy and I'm trying to get my controlled substance medicine, and if I'm 10 days early, are they going to give it to me?
No, they will not.
Why not?
Because it's too early, and
Correct.
it's monitored. It's very closely monitored.
Exactly, right? So that's how the safeguards are in place, that when I go 5 days before I get my meds and they tell me, I'm sorry, Mr. Anise, it's too early, you got to wait.
That's absolutely correct.
Okay. And both of these substances in this case were controlled substances.
That's correct. 2 out of 3 were controlled.
So they would only be available through the pharmacy.
Oh, absolutely.
Correct. And if drug tested at work for amphetamines, he would have a medical reason at work to show his boss.
That's correct.
And I know that, I know you started to make some reference to the notes over here on these, and before I get into doctor's records and notes, I want to ask you, as part of this case, did you have the opportunity to review, study, analyze, or look at the interview of Ronald Anthony Burgos at the police station on April the 9th of 2018?
I have not.
You weren't able to observe his at all?
I have not seen that.
Have you ever testified on the direct results of testosterone and phentermine interaction?
I have not.
And I know you, again, you were making a comment on the records by Dr. Perez. Isn't it true, doctor, that in your practice, that in November of 2007, that the Texas Medical Board found some discrepancies in your billing practices?
They were, but
I'm just asking
yeah,
you.
that's
question.
correct.
Yes or no?
Yes.
And what's the next state's exhibit? May I approach?
May.
I'm going to show you what's the state's exhibit 583. You can look at that.
Proceed.
Are you familiar with this document?
I am.
Okay. I'm going to tender it to defense. To offer states exhibit 583.
Objection.
No objections, Your Honor.
Bid. Admitted.
I may publish it. Now, this order regarding your license by the Texas Medical Board, is that correct?
That's correct.
There was 19 findings made by the medical board.
That's correct.
Now, although you kept your license, but you were required to fulfill certain requirements, correct?
That's correct.
And eventually you were able to fulfill the requirements.
That's correct.
And this, would it be fair to say that this action that was taken against you by the board, the Texas Medical Board, dealt with your record keeping?
Mostly it was billing.
Your billing, with your billing.
With my biller, yeah. She was making some mistakes.
Okay. But ultimately, you're responsible
That's
for
correct.
your employees, correct?
That's correct.
part of this, you were made to pay an administrative penalty of $1,000, do you recall?
I don't recall,
But you had to pay a penalty. Yes?
I don't recall. That was in 2007, so I honestly don't remember what was.
Do you remember having to obtain 10 hours of continuing medical education?
That's correct.
You did, correct? Now, let me ask you this. If one of your patients on medications that you gave him if that patient on his own abuses those medicines and takes higher dosages than what you prescribe, okay? Would it be fair to say that you poisoned that patient?
Absolutely not. I didn't recommend to ask him or recommend to take a higher dose.
No further questions.
So, Dr. Gupta, if I could have State's Exhibit.
Mr. Alani,
Right.
the other one. Oh, State's Exhibit, that's defendants, right? I'm sorry, there.
So State's Exhibit 583, you're familiar with this, correct?
That's correct.
And that's where there was a finding of fact by the medical board and you paid an administrative fine, is that correct?
I don't remember the administrative fine, honestly.
But you did 10 hours of...
Continued education.
Okay. And I believe that, and the district attorney didn't show the finding of facts, although we referred to them, these all dealt with billing issues, is that correct?
That's correct.
They were administrative issues.
They were administrative issues.
Was there anything that you were censored for by the medical board related to your practice or your medical expertise?
Not at all.
Okay. Has the state of Texas medical board ever found fact against you for your medical expertise or your medical practice?
Never.
Well, we don't like to be overbilled, so don't, you know. Let's not give ourselves too much credit.
Mm-hmm.
Now, sir, you were asked on cross-examination about the prescriptions of testosterone and phentermine and Arimidex. Let me ask you, how long do those stay in the body? Is it a permanent result that the damage, possible damage that they do?
No, it's fully reversible. Once the drug is discontinued, those side effects disappear.
Okay, and you were asked on cross-examination about possible effect of psychosis by phentermine. Now, and I believe you said very specifically that you're not saying in April of 2018 that Mr. Burgos-Aviles was suffering from psychosis. Is that correct?
That's correct.
It's just a possibility. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
And you're the doctor, but as I understand, the way you explain psychosis is that this is a mind-altering drug, that the effect could be much less than it just changes the way one thinks and processes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
It's irrational thought, I believe.
Irrational behavior, irrational thoughts.
Okay. And you were shown by the district attorney Dr. Perez's reports of self-reporting in his 11 visits, and Mr. Burgos-Aviles' 11 visits over those 2 years. And he indicated that things were normal, correct?
That's correct.
Now, that's based on self-reporting. Isn't that correct, usually, in a doctor's office?
It's self-reporting. Also, there's a part that says examination, so the doctor is supposed to examine too. So what patient complains, that's history, and then the physical part is what the doctor examines.
So I don't know how you do it at Riverwood, but a lot of times it's when you're waiting for the doctor and the nurse comes in and goes through this checklist. And
I'm going to object if you can ask a question, not talk about his
Right.
personal experiences.
I'm going to overrule, just let's finish the question.
Do you know the answer to that? How that
What was
is?
the question?
How that? How are those check boxes and those reports usually entered?
So typically when
I'm
they
going to object to also the relevancy speculation, how he does it. He wasn't there when Dr. Hernandez did.
Overrule.
Go ahead.
So,
Answer the question.
can I answer? So typically, when a patient walks in, the nurse takes the blood pressure and all that stuff, and they say, okay, what are you in? Okay, I'm here for my refill of XYZ medicine. So in the electronic medical record, which it is, there are set templates. So there's a template for refill of these medications. So the nurse will load it. And then the doctor comes in and looks at the template and says, okay, agree, disagree. If he disagrees, he will change some things. Otherwise, he will not change anything, and everything will be as it is.
So, in that self-reporting, if you're having irrational thoughts, the data that's given is only as good as the person giving the information. Is that a fair thing to say?
Especially in psychological condition. Now, if it's a physical condition, if somebody is having a rash, then you can see that. But in psychological condition, either it's self-reporting or it needs a highly trained doctor or a psychologist to determine those. Those are not easy to detect.
So, you were asked by the district attorney on cross-examination whether you knew of any studies that indicated the combination of phentermine and testosterone caused psychosis. Is that correct? You
That's
remember
correct.
that? All right. Now, as I recall, you indicated that there are multiple studies that phentermine by itself can cause psychosis. Is that correct?
I'm gonna
That's
object.
correct.
That's already been answered, covered. That fentanyl by itself covered in cross psychosis.
It was asked on.
I think
cross-
you asked that
He had
question.
also asked it indirect.
Overrule.
Now, is there any reason to believe that combining these two controlled substances would somehow negate the studies that indicate that phentermine is a mind-altering drug?
It does not negate that.
Now, you were asked by the district attorney that these symptoms manifest, and I believe that's the exact word that he used, they show up right away. Does everyone who uses phentermine get psychosis, for instance?
No, they don't.
Okay, why is that?
Well, one, it's in my practice or whatever I know, it has never been used for this long a duration. And usually we use it for 3 to 6 months, so it's too early to catch those kind of things. Even if the patient gets by the time the drug stops, patient is back to normal. So we have never seen anybody being treated for 2 years.
Okay. And we're all humans and we're all different, correct, sir?
Yes, we are.
Okay, and so the effect that a drug has, does it depend on the individual?
Oh yes, everybody's chemistry is different. Everybody's going to react differently to the drug. So no two people will react in a similar fashion.
So the example that the district attorney gave you about studies that indicated that it manifests very quickly, that might just be those individuals. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Now, the district attorney asked you in cross-examination about, I believe he mentioned a possible drug test for amphetamines at your work. In your review of Mr. Burgos-Aviles' medical records, was there a report of a positive test for amphetamines?
There was.
So it appears that Mr. Burgos-Aviles was following the doctor's prescription. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And again, I think you indicated that Mr. Burgos-Aviles' prescription was the maximum level. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you're not saying that's illegal. Is that right?
That's correct. It's not illegal.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. He's going round in circles. This has been covered already.
All right, let's move on.
Okay. I pass the witness back.
In your practice, do you administer fentanyl? In your practice, how many years have you been licensed?
One question.
30 years.
30 years. And
Or 27 years.
27 years, sir. In those 27 years, have you administered fentanyl?
A lot of times.
And it's a dietary suppressant.
Suppressant.
Correct, right? Have any of your patients ever gotten psychosis?
I have not seen one.
No.
No.
And fentanyl is one of the most utilized drugs in the United States since what, the 1960s?
1956 or something.
1956. One of the number one utilized prescribed drugs in the United States. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so is testosterone today, correct?
That's correct.
And have you had any of your patients on fentanyl commit capital murder?
I have not, because I don't prescribe it for more than 3 months.
But you're not the doctor for Mr. Burgos, are you?
I'm not.
So you don't know all of the medical conditions of Mr. Burgos, do you?
Yeah. I was just responding to the fact
I
that you said,
understand,
have
but
I
that's
seen
not
those
my-
side effects?
That's not my question.
One second, guys. Don't talk over each other.
My question is,
If you're going to object to a response, object to
Ob-
I'm
objection
sorry,
on-
Mr. Ananiz. Definitely don't talk over me. So if you're going to object to a response from the witness, say object to a response from the witness, and then move it from there.
I'm just going to ask you, just wait.
Thank
till
you,
I ask-
sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. To wait till I ask the question, right? You're not Mr. Burgos' doctor, correct?
That's correct.
And you're not here to say he had psychosis on that day, correct?
I'm not saying that.
No further questions.
No further questions.
All right. Dr. Gupta, you are excused, sir. You must go back
Thank
to
you,
the
sir.
register. Thank you. Have a safe trip. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to call it a day, and this one's going to be my fault because I have a doctor's appointment at 5:30, so I'm going to have to get to that. So we'll see you here in the morning. Of course, you are still under the same instructions I've given you since the very beginning. Please follow, and if you need to refresh your memories, please go to that document. Thank you so much.
Please rise for the jury.